Say this again. My throat hurts. Speak too much. Oh, my throat's bad. Yeah. Is that Hassett?
Pretty well for Amazon, but back then, the early firms that were doing that, they all went out of business, and so it ended up being.
Sorry, my throat's. I'll be on here in just a minute. My throat's really bad. Speaking yesterday, not speaking a lot on stream. My throat is killing me right now.
Investment that's increasing the productivity of firms all across the country, and they're charging their customers for the service in the terms of billions and billions of dollars. And so when you see real money and real success and real productivity growth and so on, then there's a rational explanation for why the increase in value is happening. Now, whether it goes too high or too low, that's something the market will figure out. But it's much harder to have a rational expectation for why things are going up when you don't see the money.
All right, Director Hassett, we really appreciate your time this morning.
We're gonna find out up here. What's up?
White House National Economic Council Director Kevin Hassett. Thank you.
We're either gonna break out of this or it's gonna be a mess.
Anastasia, Kevin Hassett there saying that he still fully has confidence in this Fed chair. What was your read after a Fed decision where, again, even though he said that markets were listening to the data, not the Fed, it was a huge reaction, a very, very...
I get calls on right now. So I've got a TQQQ. Dude, I bought everything yesterday. Like I bought Meta. I bought SPY. I bought TQQQ. But like, I want you to watch this right here. Like, we need to either break out in a significant way, or we are going to sell ugly. Like it's going to get messy. So let's see what's up. I am going to close. See up here. Just watch right here. Like 12:30.
Post the first FOMC meeting that he chaired, and now it moved a little bit.
We're gonna find out, and then we get the 31st over here. So we're gonna find out where the magnet is.
He is playing for time, and I think he's going to run out of that time when it comes to the next meeting. But if you think about the next 6 weeks, we're going to get 2 more inflation prints, and if the trend...
Yeah, I own Meta at 241.
Maybe that gives him cover to not actually hike interest rates.
No, excuse me, 541. Sorry, I'm looking right now. 541 I own Meta, and we're at 527, so I'm down on Meta right now.
If inflation is going up, you raise interest rates. If inflation is going down, you lower them. So if he sees inflation go down in the next couple of months, perhaps it doesn't actually pave the way for rate hikes.
I have about a minute left, but Kevin Hassett mentioned the task forces that Kevin Warsh has convened here, and one of them has to do with inflation and looking at inflation. So as we look at the PCE read today, there could be a world in a few months' time in which that isn't the Fed's preferred gauge for inflation again. How does that change your perspective or the way that you look at inflation, knowing that it might not be the one that they're going to use here in the future?
Look, clearly this has been the yardstick for a long time, the official one, but at the same time, unofficially, I think all of us as a market community have been looking at a range of metrics. And this has been a conversation for a long time that if you look at real-time, real-world inflation data, it might be showing something different versus what we have in the backwards-looking data. In case in point, one of the biggest reasons why inflation is still above 3% in the case of core PCs is because of housing. If you look at the owner equivalence rent, they're running above 3%, but is that the reality today? Because if you look at Zillow, if you look at CoStar, those rent increases are running -1 to +1%. So is it possible that once we adjust for the real-time data that real
TQQQ selling it right now, making bank.
If we started to have those conversations in the fall, and looks like there's going to be a flurry of activity.
SPY selling it right now, making bank.
Anastasia, stick with us. Let's first get through this market open and some earnings.
Yeah, my Meta looks like dog shit right now. But it's a share, so I mean, what am I gonna do? Like it's not like it's an option or anything. It'll come back. It's not unrealized losses just yet. And my Tesla too is like that too. Like Tesla looks great, but hold on.
I will be down at the New York Stock Exchange at around 2:40.
I mean, I own Tesla at fucking 350. It's at 303 right now. Well, as the bull would say, I don't have any unrealized losses yet because they're shares.
He's probably not. I'm probably going to need to like dig myself out of this hole. But yeah, it's a merger.
But my fucking calls are banging.
Which is pretty cool.
It's very cool. I want to look at just
I guess we're gonna find out what happens today, aren't we? Just a note to you out there that I own shares, so like I believe we're gonna break out of this, but
in a way that it hasn't for other companies. Case in point, Meta Platforms.
these bears are trying to whisper sweet awfuls to us all. They're gonna tell us all it's gonna crash. Doom or dooms.
For what Meta's plans are as we see this enormous capex from that company. And then lastly, just pointing to
All right, just let me get some water inside me. My throat is pretty bad this morning. Like it's rough.
around the world, I should say. It's suffering here from supply chain issues. We see it down about 4.4%, Danny.
Some other earnings results that we're also watching this morning. MasterCard, they reported a 21% surge as the company expands beyond traditional payment network services. Chipotle and Starbucks, both of them raised their guidance after stronger than expected quarters thanks to trendy new menu items and revamped loyalty programs. All those stocks up across the board. But let's dive deeper into Starbucks. Romaine Bostick, co-host of The Close, is joining us this morning alongside the CEO of Starbucks, Brian Niccol. Romaine.
That's right. Brian Niccol joining us right now, fresh off of last night's earnings report, 7.9% comp growth. Brian, obviously the street likes what they hear, but I do need to get a little bit more color as to exactly where that is coming from.
Starbucks shares rise 1.2% after the company raises annual sales and profit forecast.
Comps? Are you truly getting more people into the store?
Yeah, no, great to be here. And look, the reality is what's terrific to see is the growth is coming from more customers coming into Starbucks more often. And, that's just a foundational strength. And the good news is we're seeing it across all income groups.
Philadelphia Semiconductor
really
Index jumped 6.1% at
just
the
really
open.
terrific strength moving through our stores.
With regards to the tickets as well, that was also up about 3.5% in the most recent quarter. So it's a function of both foot traffic coming into the store, but also people spending more. Are they buying more? Are these add-ons? What gets that ticket price up to that 3.5% jump?
Yeah, so what you're referring there is we're seeing people add more food, so a higher attach rate. And then what we're also seeing is people modifying more of their drinks with things like our cold foam, adding an espresso shot. So it really is terrific to see people using our menu to get them the customized experience that they want out of their drink, and then also attaching what is really some terrific food to go along with their beverage.
Do you have any concerns about maintaining this momentum? And I don't necessarily mean that from an operational perspective. We just got a GDP report for the second quarter, backwards looking, much lighter than what folks had been looking for. Consumer spending holding up right now, but you've referenced in the past
on track for biggest
that you had
one-day
seen some
percentage
strain, at
gain
least among
since
the
March
lower
2020, last up 13.1%.
consumers. Are you concerned that some of that weakness might be spreading beyond just the lower income folks?
Actually, we're seeing strength across all income groups at Starbucks. And, what we continue to see is when we give people a great experience, they come back more often. And when we do it consistently, they really reward us with their business. And so, we've not seen the customer move back as it relates to Starbucks. They've been really resilient. We're very optimistic about where we're headed. We exited the quarter with really strong performance, and we're excited about how we're heading into our fourth quarter, and we're really optimistic about the plans we have for 2027. So, look, we're just getting started. It's great to see the strength across all of these customer demographics, and we're confident we're going to continue to have success with them.
Well, let's talk about 2027. Obviously, we've seen the revenue numbers, at least I say the sales numbers start to come up a little bit. There's still some concerns about whether we can see more meaningful profitability. How much of the lag between those two is tied to the revamp of the stores? I mean, you've done 1,000 so far for this fiscal year. I think you're, still guiding towards 1,500 for the next fiscal year. There's a huge cost attached to that, right?
Well, look, I think the thing that we've done here is we were really smart about what we spent on these uplifts and the implications on the store. So, we can do these things for roughly $150,000. We do not close the store at all, so operations continue to perform. And then the experience that our partners have, because now they've got a new, really great looking coffee house, and that what our customers have results in, frankly, more transactions. So it's been a great program. We'll continue to push the program forward. We're going to accelerate it into 2027 because we know when we create a great coffee house and we have that great partner slash barista to customer experience, we're rewarded with more business. And, you know, it's not a big investment, but it's a meaningful investment, and then it gets us great results.
Is there any way you can share with me what the difference in comp sales is for a revamped store relative to the stores that haven't been uplifted?
You know, we haven't shared that publicly, but what I can tell you is we see a move in a positive direction as it relates to transactions. And because of what we're seeing,
See moving to the
we are
downside, the
accelerating the
US
program.
dollar.
I think the
What's
last
moving
time
the
we
S&P
talked with
500
regards to
or the down, it
transactions,
seems to be
you
the
talked a
dollar at the
lot about improving the in-store experience by also improving the speed of which those orders get out the door, whether it's in the cafe or in the drive-through. I know there was some color on the conference call about some of the time that you shaved off of that. We're talking seconds here, but it seems like those seconds matter to you. How much progress have you made?
Yeah, look, this is one where I'm really excited because we set out right from the go that we wanted to improve the speed that our customers experience and then do it consistently. And kind of behind that is really this drive towards more throughput. And we've seen just that. So we've got better throughput in the mornings. We also have better throughput in the afternoons. And frankly, as a result, all day long, our transactions are up throughout the day. And when you kind of pull that back, yes, customers are loving the experience, but our partners are doing a great job of being staffed as a team, deployed correctly, and then consistently executing the Green Apron service model, which then results in better speed at the drive-thru, better speed in the cafe, more on-time and mobile order pickup, and frankly, pretty good speed in the delivery channel as well. So it is having the effect that we would want, where in totality, the Starbucks business now, I think, is providing people the great experience that they want at the speed that people need based on the occasion where they're visiting us.
Is there any conflict, though, with getting that number down in terms of the time down and this idea of these add-ons and other things that I would assume would complicate the process for the baristas just a bit?
Yeah, look, we're very intentional. So everything that we do, we have an eye towards what is the implication on our ability for our customers to get the product, the food that they want in the speed terms that they desire. And we also have a really close eye to make sure that our partners are set up to be able to provide the customization, the drink, the craft, the way that they would want to do it themselves. And so, that is part of our development process, and that's part of the rigor that we go through to make sure before it gets to the store, it's been vetted such that we know we can still deliver on the great experience at the speed that our customers expect.
You've introduced a lot of new products. I know you even talked on the conference call about a s'mores drink, not necessarily my bag, but I can understand why some folks might like it here.
Have you tried it? You need to
not
try
yet,
it.
Not yet. I have tried the orange cream, and it is good here. But and look, I mean, probably the s'mores drink isn't targeted towards my demographic. I mean, you've clearly gone after the younger demographic with the Gen Z, the pink drinks, the s'mores, et cetera here. But with these types of drinks, the complexity that maybe adds to the process, but also this idea, if these aren't going to be permanent menu items, just sort of limited time offers, do you run into sort of some issue in terms of sort of how you forecast out comp sales growth if s'mores might be gone in, whenever, a few weeks or whatever?
Yeah, look, I think the menu innovation that comes out as like limited time offers versus the menu innovation that ends up being permanent on our menu, they serve two different purposes. And yes, we're able to forecast this with accuracy. I mean, as a result, I think you saw in the release, our supply chain, we're 99% of the time in stock with the items that people want. And I think if you look at our beverages, it's almost close to 100%. So we are able to forecast correctly, supply it correctly, and then most importantly, we build it in such a way that our partners are able to do it consistently and give people the experience that they want. And as you mentioned, like the orange cream cold foam that's going on, the cold brew. I mean, look, the good news is, yes, it's orange cream, but it's exactly the same way that we always do cold brew. It's exactly the same way that we always do cold foam. So the consistency, the standardization of the builds so that people can get to the quality experience that they want at the speed that we know they desire is really important to the work that we do on this.
What's the best-selling product out there right now?
I mean, look, we still are selling, right now, our ice shaken espresso is a huge popular drink. Our Americano is a very popular drink. Obviously, the iced caramel macchiato is one of our top drinks. Matcha lattes is a top drink. So the good news is it's not just one item. We actually have the breadth that I think really resonates with people's palates.
I do have to ask you, Brian, about a report that Bloomberg had about 3 weeks ago, citing internal documents, that you were actually looking to replace some of your in-house software tools, particularly those made by
Treasury
Microsoft
two-year yield
and
falls 6 basis
IBM.
points to a
Your
weekly low
chief
for spot
technology
to
officer
1%.
has talked a lot about how he can maybe get some of those software costs down. Any credence to that report?
Yeah, look, I think you would expect us to be looking with a critical eye towards any product that we use and whether or not we're getting the best cost proposition, and also are we getting the best outcomes from that proposition. And that's basically what we're doing here is we've got some great partners, but at the same token, we need to make sure that we are getting the best output for the best pricing. And I think, you know, as probably everybody's doing with the advent of AI, it gives you an opportunity to rethink what we're doing and how we're doing it. And, you know, that's literally the exercise that we're going through. And I think you would expect that from all organizations to have the cost discipline tied to making sure that you're getting the right outcomes that you want.
Well, that cost discipline has obviously also increased the amount of cash you have on hand. At the same time, your debt obligations are down. Where's that cash going to go? Is that next dollar going to go to buybacks? Is it going to go to acquisitions? Is it just going to go back into the stores?
You know, so the good news is for us, as the business continues to recover, you know, the balance sheet gets stronger and stronger. It gives us terrific opportunities to invest in growth. Obviously, some of that growth is going to be the store remodels and then obviously building new stores. And then we'll look around to figure out what is the right next growth vehicle for us. You know, buybacks may be part of it. Obviously, we've got a dividend that, you know, has always been there. So we're always thinking through what is the best way to deploy that cash so that we get growth in the business and get a great return for our shareholders and all of our partners.
Hey, Brian, appreciate it, but I need you to do one last thing for me and settle a debate that my niece wanted me to ask you. When officially does pumpkin spice season start?
It's coming. Get ready. We're not too far away, so I'm anxious for it as well.
All right, Brian, really appreciate you taking time for us. Brian Nichol
Yeah.
there, CEO over at Starbucks. Danny?
Ramin, I think the answer is it's like Christmas. It comes earlier every single year.
I just assume Starbucks, they just have this cabal. They just meet like in closed door rooms and decide
$1
when
yen,
it's
that's
time
down
to
about
finally
Right
6%.
now is the time. I love this. This is the best conspiracy I've heard. Ramin, thank you so much for bringing us that excellent interview. That's Bloomberg's Ramin Bostic with Starbucks CEO Brian Nichol. Thank you all both so much. Anastasia Amoroso of Partners Group is still with us. Pumpkin spice and s'mores and all. I mean, the consumer is willing to pay up, I guess, for really sweet, sugary drinks that maybe are not Romain's bag. But you have those earnings and contrast it with P&G still struggling, not being able to get consumers to pay up for labeled products. What is your read on the consumer thus far this earnings season?
Look, the read on the consumer is that the consumer continues to spend, the consumer continues to have the means to spend, and like we just heard the CEO of Starbucks say, is the consumer across all categories is actually boosting their spending to varying degrees, certainly higher at the top end, you know, lower at the low end, but I think that's sort of the norm. What I would say, if you look at the performance of the consumer discretionary index, it sort of hasn't gone anywhere this year, but underneath you have a lot of winners, you have a lot of losers, and when I think about our business, when I think our private equity portfolio and the consumer companies that we have, you know, we actually kind of do cater to this K-shaped recovery. You know, on the one hand, we may have a Breitling brand portfolio company that clearly caters to the ultra luxury segment. And on the other hand, we've invested in the cat food business. And fun fact, there's 75 million cats in the United States, and apparently that number is greater than the number of dogs. As you know, in New York, for example, it's pretty hard to have space to host a dog. So, so the cat food business has been growing very nicely for us. And so I think the point is that, you know, if you lean into certain themes within the consumer, if you follow certain trends, I think that's really the way to approach investing in that segment versus just expecting the overall index to perform.
Let me dovetail what you just said with what we heard from Kevin Hassett and what we saw in the data this morning. And I'm curious sort of how long you see the resilience of the consumer lasting. I brought up with him the fact that this war is ongoing.
The Philadelphia Semiconductor Index set for the biggest one-day gain in over a month.
There are a lot of factors here that I
6%.
think could, if not lead to uncertainty for the consumer, be a real drag on them as well.
You know, one reassuring thing that I heard from Chair Warsh yesterday is that he's not trying to bring down aggregate demand. And, you know, that was sort of the concern going into the press conference, because if you're trying to bring down inflation, probably the best way to do that is to raise interest rates and bring down demand. But the fact that he's not doing that, that's quite reassuring. So that tells me that maybe we can continue to have the unemployment rate around 4.3%. We can continue to have wage growth at around 3.5%. If you think about it, that's not a bad place to be. If inflation is running at 3.5%, hopefully getting lower, that means in real terms, consumers still have spending power that they can allocate. So I actually think that's the tailwind that we have. And the tax cuts are still working their way through the system. And as long as we have strength in corporate spending, CapEx spending, which we do have, as long as we have record corporate margins, which we also have for the S&P 500 companies, I think all of that fuels kind of the strength of the consumer as well.
Anastasia, we're going to have to end it there. Thank you so much for spending this morning with us. Really appreciate your time. Anastasia Amoroso of Partners Group. Let's get a check on your equity market about 15 minutes into your trading day. And it really is Microsoft that's lifting up this overall index. We're now trading higher by 1% after falling yesterday on some of these tech and AI nerves and what we heard from the Fed. Microsoft itself is adding 50 points to the S&P 500, which itself is up 79 points. Rallying 15%. I mean, just a huge move for such a large cap company. Micron and all of the other chip stocks doing well in today's trade too. Amazon, they'll report earnings after the bell today, rallying ahead of that. Apple, though, is down ahead of their earnings. They've had a good run. They just barely kissed $5 trillion in market cap, now trading back below that, dropping 2%. But the real drag on this index is Meta, down 9%. After some confusion over just exactly what Mark Zuckerberg wants to do with their AI business. Are they becoming a neo-cloud? Are they using that capacity for themselves? Overall, that's translating into a market where tech is up because of Microsoft, because of how the chip players are moving this morning. If we look at the various sectors, communication services, though, that will be at the bottom because Meta sits in this category. I feel like we need to redo sectors again, just given how these hyperscalers have changed. Consumer discretionary, industrials, those are doing well. Staples, healthcare, so it's a real kind of like safety trade that is unwinding that we saw yesterday. So it's full risk on this morning, David.
All right, coming up here, we'll speak with analyst Michael Nathanson as Meta investors look for clearer signs that its AI bets are indeed paying off. This is Bloomberg Open Interest.
Shell CFO says more LNG volumes redirected from Asia to Europe. And Shell CEO says the main impact on LNG market from the Mideast war in the spot market.
We've been scouring the frontiers of science and technology to help explain the difference between the next gold rush and whatever this thing is. And in season 2, we're upping the stakes. More danger.
Now that is some high-grade uranium mineralization.
We used to have a stable climate on this Earth. Right now, we do not.
More science.
We're pushing the envelope of technology in multiple directions. Software, hardware, chemistry, physics.
The cable is like very cold.
And more CEOs that can nail the photo shoot.
Hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars are at stake.
While the problems are economic, the solutions are too.
And yes, we will be talking about AI.
There is a lot of humanoid hype out there.
But our future doesn't run on hype. It runs on innovation. Watch season 2 on all these lovely channels.
Welcome to Bloomberg This Weekend. I'm David Gura.
I'm Lisa Mateo. And I'm Christina Raffini. We're tracking breaking news today from Wall Street to Washington. Let's start overseas. The sector is really propelling this deal forward.
Yeah, the hope is this will open up new markets and provide some additional liquidity.
Of course, now they're going to have competitors. We got a big week coming up in politics.
Earnings season is underway. We're going to get some key reports.
Everything you need to know before the markets open on Monday.
Bloomberg This Weekend, bringing a little Bloomberg into your weekend routine.
Guys, buckle up.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute space news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Ed Ludlow at NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida, and this is Bloomberg.
What is going to be the consequence for U.S. markets?
We are seeing modest gains across European equity markets.
Take a look at how we're faring when it comes to Asian markets.
At 9:30 a.m., the market tells you what it's really thinking.
We beat the drum to the opening bell.
With deep analysis of the forces driving the price action.
Focusing investors on what really matters.
Where the money flows, which markets are changing.
Conversations with players shaping the narrative.
Innovative growth companies gravitate to NASDAQ.
It's not just like, let's buy the Mag 7 or AI.
That's a really compelling story.
This is where your trading day begins.
And this is Open Interest.
Only on Bloomberg.
Meta is slipping after a softer outlook and higher spending forecast. Analysts say investors still want proof that the company's massive AI investments are paying off. MoffettNathanson's Michael Nathanson lowered his price target on the stock, saying investors need proof points that Meta AI investments are working. And he joins us now. Michael, great to have you with us. Going through your note this morning, there's a point that you make, which I want you to reiterate here. That is, this goes beyond a company or a chief executive having a failure to communicate or some communications issues. This is more deeply rooted than that.
Yes, it is. People have been saying, look, this is just fixed by a good conference call or maybe a podcast. The issue is, as you move into these new businesses that are not tied to your core ad-supported businesses, you're facing new competition. You've no history of success here. So you need to give us proof points, evidence that these bets are showing some signs of returns, right? It's so early in the process, but I just think, look, we're in a strange place where we're all relying on the company to allocate capital really, really well without getting any data points back of how the roadmap is moving in terms of ROIC basis.
So Zuckerberg can't just don a new chain or a new haircut and solve this problem for the market, because the market is punishing them for not having that clear message. Michael, I mean, was there any takeaway you got from what direction Meta is going in? Are they going to be a neo-cloud player? Are they going to use the capacity for themselves? Did you get any sense what the direction of travel is for them?
Yeah, good question. It was reported heading into the quarter that they were approached by Anthropic, I think, to do a $10 billion deal over a couple of years. They acknowledged on the call that they've been receiving offers for their compute, and they may, depending on the offers, depending on their own internal use, accept some of those bids. It was very vague, right? And the point is, in 26 and 27, they're still capacity constrained, but they're saying in the out years, maybe they become more aggressive in their build out and use some of their compute power for third parties, right? So they didn't go all the way to say we're going to be a hyperscaler, but they opened the door to say that if we can't use the compute ourselves, we will rent it out. Now, the question I asked in the callback with the CFO is, look, at some point, the bottlenecks of compute will probably ease and everyone's going to overbuild. And then at that point of overbuilding, the idea of getting these premium rents for compute may fall apart, right? We've seen this in other types of markets. So the problem we have is we have to wait to 28 to see really what the CapEx is going to look like to power this new hyperscaler model. And then we'll see what demand looks like, right? So it's put, no pun intended, a cloud over the story, because you have to wait for the more details of CapEx spend and then some evidence of what they're going to do on the hyperscaler side.
Some opacity there. I want to turn to history if I could, and I wonder what lessons we can learn from the last time Mark Zuckerberg took the company on an errand in the wilderness like this. So we saw him go all in on the metaverse, legless virtual bodies and all. And we saw the market reaction to that, the skepticism that was inherent there at the beginning. Can we take any lessons from that? Is that a playbook that's useful here this time around as he gets into AI?
Yeah, so I've maintained a buy on the stock, and I knew this was going to be rocking. I kind of kicked myself for not being a little bit more cautious. But here's what I've learned, right? In 2022, there were two things going on. There was the metaverse, and there was a shift from Instagram and Facebook's stories to Reels, short form video, which they were looking at TikTok as a model. If you go back to 2022, the stock bottomed out at $100 a share. And people had real doubts about can they convert to more of a TikTok model. And they did really, really well. At the same time, the metaverse has not paid dividends. But this stock in 2022 was on sale. People were so negative, and it was a 7-bagger from 2022 to 2024. So what I've learned is, look, these guys build great products. Zuckerberg does have an amazing track record of figuring things out. And we have to be a little bit more patient, but it's not a great feeling to kind of fly blind and wait for some data points from them to prove that this is working, right? But that's why we kept the buy on, because we kept the buy on 2022. And that was the right call, way back
Hey,
when.
Michael, I hate to rush you, but we only have about 45 seconds here. You're willing to be patient, but is this market, considering what's different this time, is they've already made a mistake in those years past and having to do a pivot for 2022? Will the market be less patient this time around?
Yeah, it's a great question. The metaverse is hanging over us too, because if people feel like they've turned a blind eye to the metaverse spending,
Spot
so I
gold
think some of the
gains
grace
at last
they've
at
had in the
1%.
past has worn out. So that's a really great question. And that's why the stock is trading, below 17 times earnings next year.
All right, Michael, thank you so much for joining us this morning. Michael Nathanson of MoffettNathanson. Coming up in hour 2 of Open Interest, Joanne Feeney of Advisors Capital. As markets digest those big tech earnings, Derek Wood of TD Cowen reacts to Microsoft results, and the CEO of Kendra Scott joins us about AI adoption in the jewelry industry. He'll tell us what exactly that means. All of that coming up in hour 2.
NATO's wrote says Poland's airspace was violated by a Russian missile.
As an exchange, what can you do to make it more attractive to be a publicly traded company?
Talk to our customers. We spend a lot of time with our listed companies, listening to their concerns, particularly the offices of the CFO, head of IR, listening to their pain points, general counsels as well, and then act as an advocacy group for those companies to really focus on structured reform to allow a company to tell their story in the most efficient way possible and reward them for the good disclosures that they are making in the market.
Is there any sort of financial innovation that you could drive to get more companies to list? Tokenization has come up.
Well, we did announce our tokenization
And NATO's group says Poland and NATO activated defences after violation.
We've already done a variety of proof of concepts. It allows for instantaneous settlement, 24/7 trading. It importantly allows for the rights
Microsoft shares jumped 15%, on track for the biggest percentage gain since 2008.
Electronic form, but is going to be a platform that runs in parallel to our more traditional exchanges.
And NATO's says to strengthen
At a
our
time when
readiness to
policy
defend
in Washington
against any
is
threat.
driving Wall Street, we draw a distinction between the rhetoric and the action, bringing you market-moving guests and original reporting. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute global news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Joanna Bersecci in El Ola, Saudi Arabia, and this is Bloomberg.
According to Interfax, Russia extends diesel export ban by 1 month. So a bit more further clarification. According to TASS, Russian government bans diesel exports until January 31st, 2027. And the Russian government bans other fuel exports until January 31st, 2027. The dollar yen extends fall, now down 2.3% on the day. The euro yen now down 1.8%. Sterling yen down 2%. According to Shell CFO, Shell sees overall 5 to 6% inflation in its costs. The Yemeni Ministry of Foreign Affairs says the rumours circulating about an attack by Yemen on a ship in the port of Damietta in Egypt are unfounded. So according to a filing, China's robot maker Unitree says new FCC curbs could block US sales of future foreign-made robot models unless they win exemptions or conditional approvals. And furthermore, Unitree says its current G1, H2, R1, GO2, B2 and A2 robot models already have FCC certification and can continue US sales. The dollar yen down 2.65%. In 10 minutes' time, we're expecting the EIA natural gas change, forecast to build a 35 BCF, prior a build of 32 BCF. The yen jumps 3.2%, the most since August 2024. So a reminder, in 5 minutes' time, we're expecting EI natural gas change, forecast to build a 35 BCF, prior a build of 32 BCF.
We want to be watching this white line right here. If we cannot break above it, so we really need to see if we fail this or not. If we do not fail, if we don't fail it, we can start talking about going up to that hourly trigger right here. But if not, if we fail this like today, it's going to be a mess. It's going to be ugly. It's a key level right here, this 739.93. This would decide if we're going to blast down to the depths of hell or if we're going to move on up. So we'll watch this closely here. I'll be on the stream here shortly. I'm just, my throat is really bad. Like I need more water and stuff just to not completely destroy myself. Never count spoos out. Watch that white line right there. We need to hit that thing.
1 minute remaining.
If we can tap this right here, we can start talking about breaking out of this. Because if we can't break out of this, it's going to get messy.
Ten seconds. A build of 28 BCF, a build of 28 BCF as compared to the forecasted build of 35 BCF. We have posted the EIA natural gas weekly inventories report on the feed for those interested. US natural gas futures turned positive at 1% after EIA reports smaller than expected storage build. Valero Energy expects to see processing rates of Venezuelan heavy crude in the coming months that exceed historical maximum. And Valero Energy says it pivoted to process more Venezuelan crude after a spike in Canadian crude prices. According to state news agency, Kuwait's chief of staff meets in Saudi Arabia with Defense Coalition for preserving freedom of navigation in Bab el Mandeb Strait. Houthis attacked Saudi Arabia from Iraqi territory in cooperation with Iraqi militias, according to two officials in the region. According to Xinhua, China's vice premier held a video call with US Treasury Secretary Bessent and Greer. And furthermore, from Xinhua, they had candid, in-depth, constructive exchanges. China expressed concerns about recent US restrictive measures against China. And both sides agreed to step up communication and expand cooperation. According to sources, Russia's July oil exports via Western ports fall about 4% from June as Ukraine attacks reduced Black Sea loadings. US to sell 79 billion in 6-month bills on August 3rd to settle on August 6th. And the US to sell 52 billion in 52-week bills on August 4th to settle on August 6th. And the US to sell 92 billion in 3-month bills on August 3rd to settle on August 6th. Google announced they're introducing Gemini Robotics ER2. Fed bids for 4-week bills total $6 billion. Dollar and Chinese yuan falls to lowest since February 2023 amid broader dollar drop. HSBC weighs offloading billions in UK pension assets to insurers. Israel's Channel 12 says a channel identified with the Houthis denies that an attack took place in Sana'a. So a reminder in 10 minutes time, expecting the US 4-week bill auction, prior high yield 3.73%, prior bid to cover 2.79. So around in 5 minutes time, expecting the US 4-week bill auction, prior high yield 3.73%, prior bid to cover 2.79. The US military says no US aircraft were destroyed or damaged in recent attempted Iranian strikes. And the US military says commercial vessel MT Nora has not broken through Americans' blockade. Ford CEO tells employees that Chinese automakers could enter the US market in the next 5 to 10 years. Surely expecting the US 4-week bill auction. Bank of England's Bailey says seeing slow labour market softening and slow disinflation. Upside rate risks built into market pricing and says market pricing is sort of sensible. Bailey says low fire economy causing unemployment. Four-week bill auction, high yield 3.63%, 3.63%, bid to cover 2.8, 2.8, the US selling 110 billion and awarding 50.42% of bids at high. According to the Wall Street Journal, Citadel buys situational awareness stock portfolio after big losses in AI. We are posting the article from the Wall Street Journal on the feed for those interested. According to the FT, Goldman Sachs involved in situational awareness book sale talks. And furthermore from the FT, situational awareness to continue as private investment firm. We have posted the article from the Financial Times on the feed for those interested. Qualcomm CEO says memory chip price increase is very dramatic. And Qualcomm CEO says higher prices are changing consumer behavior. And Qualcomm CEO says auto demand will drive future growth. Qualcomm exposure to China data center market similar to rivals. UK 10-year yield extends full, down 5 basis points at 4.98%. surely expecting the Freddie Mac numbers. US mortgage rates rise to 6.66%, the highest level in a year.
Russia's Ryazan oil refinery halted operations on Wednesday after a drone attack, according to sources. Saudi Arabia hosts an international meeting to discuss the establishment of a maritime defense coalition, according to a statement. Now, we did hear this from other sources earlier in the session today, but just a confirmation from a statement now. The Saudi Defense Ministry says 43 countries and the EU delegation took part in the meeting on the proposed maritime defense alliance. Saudi Defense Ministry says participants discuss Saudi Arabia being founding and leading state of the proposed maritime defense coalition and hosting its headquarters. The Saudi Defense Ministry says that the coalition is going to boost defense cooperation in the Bab el Mandeb Strait, the Red Sea, and the Gulf of Aden.
Saudi Defense Ministry says 14 states, including Turkey, Pakistan, Egypt, Sudan, and Djibouti, issued joint statements supporting proposed multinational maritime defense coalition.
U.S. Treasury Secretary Bessent says the Senate needs to vote now on the Clarity Act. Yemen Houthi spokesperson says the indicators reveal that Saudi is heading towards a comprehensive escalation.
All right. Let's see if we're going to crash and burn or if we're going to melt up to the top. We ain't got a lot of time to figure this out, do we? Let's see where OPEX was. Find out today if can you do me a favor? Can you find out today what the girls are gonna do about BTS? I need an answer so I can get them a hotel room. I need an answer. You guys haven't given me an answer. We're gonna find out right now, boys and girls. Where's my phone? Need more water. All right. Check 1, 2. Sorry, I'm a little bit late here. A little bit later than I want to be. Hold on here. Yeah, I got another shirt on today. We're not doing black shirts anymore. I got my Team USA shirt on right now. I was a soccer player through grade school, middle school, high school, and college. And I also coached. I coached a 9 to 11-year-old girl, and then I tried to get my oldest to play soccer, and she told me no. She said yes, and then she smashed her face with a soccer ball. And on here, I actually rode that first one down over there. Hold on here. Where's my thing? Be right back. Bam. So I did play soccer through school. It was kind of weird watching the World Cup this year because like a lot of Americans don't watch international play. And there was some politics introduced to soccer, which happens. It happens all the time. But it was kind of bizarre because I'd watch it in bars, and no one was into it when it first came around this summer. But by the end of the World Cup, like every bar I went into, everyone was enwrapped in it, and that was actually nice to see that people were actually getting into it. Now, how they lost pissed me off. They lost really badly, in my view, with bad form too. I knew they were going to lose that round, but I didn't like how they lost. I didn't like the red card they took, and then the politics that got involved to get them back on the field, all that kind of stuff. Okay, we got to talk. So, we got to talk here. So, So for me, I'm expecting, and I have been expecting, a melt up into at least the end of the month, maybe even like end of the month and like the end of the month, and I don't know if we're going to continue to melt up or whatever. This isn't happening, is it? So I'm wrong. And I'm a little angry about it personally. And I have call spreads on. I still have them on. I never closed them. Now we got to look at some stuff here. So I'm a little angry here. I mean, there's still a chance we melt up into the 31st tomorrow. We still have one more day to do this, to do the melt up. I'm just angry about it. And we got to do a little bit of post discussion about the Fed. Yesterday, I saw one article this morning questioning the Federal Reserve in Warsh, and I think I said that yesterday. I think the obvious one was you had 3 dissenters, but there was some questioning of Warsh and their independence. I can't disagree with that. I really can't at this point. I mean, I get what they're trying to do, but at the same time, the thing that bothered me yesterday was that he spoke about the K part of the economy, the bottom fucking half of the K, and then they just blew that shit off. And he did as well yesterday. If you're a part of that bottom K-shaped economy, and then the reporter yesterday said, that one female reporter said something like, she said something about she was like, why did you come out here today? What was your message? She's like, I don't got a message from you. What is your fucking message? And she point blank asked him. I thought that was a good question. Yeah, I think I said it yesterday too, which is then what the fuck are you here for? Like, why are you even here? Just like walk off the stage, fuckhead. And he didn't have an answer. Now, anyways, that's the Federal Reserve. We can get into it later on. He doesn't care about the fucking bottom half of the K at all. If you're a part of that K-shaped economy, he's telling you to fuck yourself. Now, I have us going down today, and this price action is not conducive to going down, is it? You guys already know what the rules are on these cup and handles, right? And this peak, this high right here, took all their stops, so we are going to go up. And if we tag this white line right here, the door opens to the upside, and looking lower is probably not going to happen. So I don't know if I can talk this market up into Friday close and 4 p.m. and the month end, but
Voice news disconnect.
If there's a failure in here, I want to show you where we're going. I mean, this is kind of where we are. And if we fail to get above, we're going to go downtown. We are going to party. And this partying down here is right where that 7090 is on SPX. So it's kind of do or die. It's kind of do or die here for the market. Now, you already know what my feeling is, right? My thought is that we're going to melt up into Friday close. They tried to sell it here at 10:30. I actually did take that trade down. I was in some puts here to right about here. And then this last wick right here, I got out. And I figured we'd come back up here to sell 12:30 with a no new high, but we got the new high. So when we get the new high over here, not only do we get the new high, but we actually blew them out over here. Like that, we could have actually traded to. Let me just show you the strength. We could have traded to right here. Like below, if we had traded below 738.88, that would have been a sell. But we didn't. We busted above it right there. We busted above it again right here. So I'm willing to bet, and my spreads are still on. So I'm still a believer that we can go up into tomorrow and rip the doors off, like literally rip the fucking doors off. So we closed the squeeze this morning. I'm open to this, and not only that, there's something else we have to discuss here. So we're gonna delete all this, and I want to show you guys something. Can I delete all this? How do I delete all this? Right here. What I want to show you here is the setup for the bottom. And I want to explain how we trade 712. So we have and we have something going on here. Do you guys know what it is? Anyone know what it is? Anybody watch the training videos? This is the daily trigger here. We have to go up and over it and back test it twice with 2 new highs, right? It's kind of what we have to do, right? We have to trade up here above. Let's go to we're in a 5 minute. Let's go to a 1 hour. This is kind of like do or die for the bulls. I mean, not do or die, but you know, it's do or die, or we're gonna blast to the depths of fucking hell. Now we did just hit that white line, which is implying that we're gonna go higher. Okay. And I want to show you this here. The bulls have to go above this, maybe even up here. There's your 750. And I mean like drive straight up, like literally. It needs to drive into Friday close to 750 minimum. Minimum. You can't do this right here. You can't do that. That's unacceptable. They're going to sell you right back down. I mean, you kind of can, but the fact that you're rejecting the daily trigger makes me think it's way down here. Like bloodbath. Like way, way, way down there. So the bulls need to break up and away. They need to get above the daily trigger. And if you follow the rules, if you watch the videos on the website and stuff like that, you know what my thought is on this. It has to go up here. And we then need to, do something like this right here. That's what we need to do. And we need the hourly trigger to come up. We need the half an hour trigger to go vertical. And that's the only thing that saves the bulls. That's it. And it has to happen fucking lickety split. Like today, tomorrow, maybe after the bell on Friday. And this is, this needs to move. This needs to move. There's no other choice. If this thing fails at any point, it's going to be a shit show to the downside. Now I'm still on this trade that we're going up. But I do have us failing. I did have us failing this one here. Like technically we should have failed that and gone straight down. That didn't happen. So we'll continue to monitor it. And I've got skin in this game, and I own Tesla. I own Meta now. I did sell some TQQ and some SPY this morning. But I still have SPY fucking spreads. I own I own everything. Like not everything, but I don't normally own tech, and I own it right now. I stopped buying like that shit a long time ago. Like sometimes I'll buy like the airlines, or I'll buy like UPS or some FedEx shit like that. I'll buy like ATT or like Dow shit. But I believe so. We'll see what's gonna happen here. I have to watch this like a hawk too, because I want to show you why I have to watch this like a hawk. Because I bought this right here. This is where I got long on spreads, call spreads. I mean, I'm up right now, but we start rejecting this, and we're gonna come down here and party, right? And it's gonna be like big zeros for Big Daddy over here, and it's a lot of money. It's a fuck ton of money, so I gotta watch this closely. Now, another thing I want to talk to you about is OpEx, and we got to talk OpEx here for a minute. On here. Right in here. And this is where it is right here. Let's take a peek. This is the close right here. That's the close right there in OpEx. And I want you to see this comes in almost near perfect. See that OpEx price right there? And we have OpEx tomorrow. So if we're going to continue higher, you could theoretically say 742.44 is a magnet, potentially, for month end, but I don't want to see that. I want to see the unclench and the unwind to this upside up here. So we'll see what happens here. I could see like I personally, if we're under this, someone mentioned something about selling August, or I see somebody mentioning that. If we're under this, come August 1st, or it'd be the 3rd, I would say yes, we're gonna sell the fuck out of August. Like we need to be up here like on August 1st. if you're going to have continuation to the upside, melt up situation, whatever, for the month of August. And I think we can melt up in August to the OPEX, and then actually sell the OPEX. But we don't know this yet. I don't know it either. I don't actually have the answer to this coming into month end. Like, I can't tell you that for where we are, that I know what's going to happen in August. I need to see what the closing price is in the end of month. The end of month price is going to matter. If we're going to sell fucking hard on August. But if we go up here and, like, if we park right here on August 1st, I would take that as a sell signal. I can't disagree with that. I can't disagree with you on that. Like, the bulls need to get up and over. Now, if they can get up and over by the 12th, let's go over here. And this is all they need to do. It's fairly easy. They got to get up here. And if they can do that, then you could say, there's the 12th. You can even do Friday if you wanted. $21st. It's not that high either, is it? They could do something just like this. And if you do like the 12th, you get the back test the month. That back test's like the month for July, OPEX. You know, something like this, even if it's a new all-time high, there's your 760 or 770, and then we dump it. There's potential we do that if we can get over. But if we can't get over this, like right now, I would be trying to sell this thing down like a bad habit into at least the 12th of February, and then come back up for OPEX. That's the same spot, right? And then we're going to start blooding here into September and October and November. So kind of a pivotal moment here. We'll watch this closely. Hold on 1 second here. Let's do this chart together. Let's see, for positioning's sake, into the beginning of next month. Now, on a monthly basis, we're good. I mean, the one thing about the month that sucks in this, and the one thing that sucks about this, or why the door is open to the downside, is because of this candle here. June was a fucking ugly month. And this month opened the door to this monthly low here at 700, and why you see people calling for the trade to 700. The other reason they're calling for the trade to 700 is to backtest all this stuff. You know, these bears want, for every up move, the bears right now, or they get angry. And you can see the back test right here. They back tested it here, and they want it again. Like, so if we pump, they want the back test again. This to them is not good enough. They're like, that's not a back test, bro. We want, you want another one right here. Like that's good right there, but we want another one right here. If you're going to pump, we want the downstroke. I don't think they need to have it personally, but this is where the thesis comes from, at least. Put the month in here. If we fail, I would expect us to trade near 670 or 698. I would expect the trade to there for the fall. Now that would also do what? That would call into question 780 for the end of year, wouldn't it? If we trade down there, we're going to question 780, 820 for end of year, March of next year. It also brings up some other questions of do we eventually, with the Fed being so wanton with inflation, we hit a couple more, like think about that you hit like a couple more hot prints. We just need like 1 or 2 prints, and they're going to be forced into it. We'll be up at 4.8% year over year quickly. That could take 3 months. That could take. We'll get a hot print for this upcoming month. You'll get a cold print for the next month, and then another hot print, and it should drive up PCE and CPI. So by September, we're in a fucking full cycle of hiking. Unless everybody's okay with being above 4.8, which would put us into COVID territory. And we're not in COVID. We're not in anything like that at this moment. So Okay, let's take a peek at this. Here's a weekly right here. And I still believe, don't get me wrong, like I believe we can go up. But technically we should be going down. Technically we should be rolling and going to the downside at this point. So I need to see some sort of life here from buyers. Watch this right here. I mean, and that brings up a bunch of other questions. If we're already down here, why not clean all this up? I mean, why not, right? If you're like slamming down here, if we fail this and come down here, I mean, I realize that's one right there. That's one corrective move. So you get another 1, 2, 3. You know, now you're coming into OPEX, and then I would question all this over here. I would. If the way's not higher, it's lower. It's that simple. I mean, I know it's not. I know it's more complicated than that, but where do you find the support? You know, these guys have already been buyers here, right? These guys have already been buyers here. So if these guys can't put us up, then that means it's got to be lower, right? It's got to be here, and it's got to be more than likely even down here. Like, where is the actual real support to buy and hold and print a new all-time high or whatever? Let's put this up here for the day. So we do have an upside target on the day if we can get up there. 74503. We'll make this yellow. Put that one in right there. Make this one red. And this theoretically is what I was just saying to you. You need the break higher. You need the last break up here, close the gap, take this thing out, and then I don't care what you do. If we backtest that daily trigger, now you're following the rules. You have 2 new highs over the daily trigger with the hourly trigger coming up. And that could save the market right there. Bang, there's the 12th. Come back down for the 21st to the OPEX and closing price, backtest the month for June. And you're rock and roll here. Good to go. And I think we need this for that end of year. So you finally come into September, and we can trade all this shit again. And this remember I said 740 is your level? I think 2 weeks ago I said to you, like, you have to defend 740. And this would set the whole entire year up for the end of the year. That's how you trade 780. It's how you trade 820 into end of year. So kind of a pivotal moment here for the stank market. Put this right here. Like, do we stay alive? Do we trade 780 in the end of the year? I think if you're trading all the way down here, if you're doing all this kind of nonsense in September, I think you're out of your fucking mind to think we're going to go up. I would want to sell everything. I'd want to get it as deep as possible. To be honest with you guys, like, take it all away, right? That's kind of how I'm feeling about this. Okay, let's take a peek here. We got a 4-hour going on right here. I want the melt up. That's what I want. I want vertical today. I want vertical tomorrow. I want it all. I want it to go up, 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 and break up and out. Let's take a look at one more thing here. Oh, wait a minute. Let's just look at some velocity. I mean, this is bullish. I like this right here. I like this hourly. This is hourly velocity on a 30-minute basis. This looks good, like higher low, higher low, higher low, higher low. I want to see this fucking thing go vertical up here. Just like that. And I want to show you an example of this. You see it right here? Here's one right here. You can kind of see it going on right there. I want this monster fucking move right here. And you can see this price action was a monster move too. See it right there? And we're just right here. I'll show you exactly where we are. We're right here. So velocity is at least on the side of the bull. And you can just see right here, it was like rip, 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 rip. And that's what I want to see. You can see it already right here. This is exactly what I'm looking for. Up, down, up, new high, down. As soon as you do that, it's money. You buy the fuck out of that one right there. If you see that, you buy it. And this fucking moves. It goes boom. And we're like right here, right? So this is June 11th. This is Friday the 12th. You get your two highs here. Here's Friday right here, 11 o'clock. This is 1600 on Friday the 12th. This is, a matter of fact, this is when I fucking got long. Right here. Like, I got long right down in here. The 11th or the 5th or something. I think it was this one. Maybe it was the 9th. I don't know if it was the 5th. I thought it was the 5th, but I think it was the 9th when it was somewhere in here I got long. And I didn't take the money up here. I wanted to see it higher. I wanted the print of 760. So I was like, I'll just stay in. Fuck it. So I stayed in. And my shit expires on the 31st, so tomorrow. And I have done this before. Like, I had a trade once with Amazon. I had an Amazon spread with my attorney, of all people. We both took them together, like a $30,000 trade for each of us, and it printed at literally like 3:45 p.m. On month end. Like, ramped the flagpole, printed 90% of the goddamn spread, and I wasn't going to get 100%, so close them out. I think I was going to get closed on me. I was going to get assigned. Let's go take a look over here. So we have an example of this. I mean, we have one in recent history. If that's the case, if we have this example, here's Friday. Damn it. Hold on. Dang it. All right, let's go. Come on. We have an example of it happening right on the 12th, right here. Is it the 9th or 12th or something? Right here, this happened. This was 2 days, vertical. The 11th, started on the 11th, and it finished on Monday. So it's not like it can't happen. Anyone telling you that it can't happen is wrong. Now, the one thing issue here is I don't want to see this either. We had the up and up, right? Up, up, moon. I don't want to see this. And that's what someone in the chat was saying, right? Like, even if we go up here, they're saying we're going to go down. This is, into the end of the month for July. Or, excuse me, June. Blasting all the way down into the end of June. So this guy's probably saying the same thing. He's saying, even if we come up here, even if Jim James gets his way over here, he's like, nope, it's going to go right back down into, bloodbath down over here. Just like that. Something like that, right? And that's how you get your 709. They save it for August. I'm kind of bearish heading into not bearish, but I'm into like the volatility of the bear months or whatever. So we'll draw it in like this. You figure this is 1 right here. That's 1. That's 2, right? And there would be something like this, right? Just straight up. That's what I would think. Or it's like this, right? 1, 2, and up there. And this would still be 1 though. This would be 2, even if you have the back test in here. 3, and you can't tell if we're going to get the 4-5 or not to 60. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And there's your 760. Or it's just a 1-2 for a correction, right? Then it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 all the way down there. So 1, 2, 3, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now Velo says it's going to go up. So let's do it like this. We need to take that into the close, like literally to the closing bell. And remember that remember too that this is OpEx. So like before I do anything else, you don't want to see anything like this. You don't want to see like a park in here. None of that. You don't want to see any of that action. You don't want to see it. You want to see like back test down and then straight up like that. This is Friday, 9 a.m. This is 12 p.m. right here for tomorrow, and then that's the target. 748 minimum. Now, I'll tell you this. If, let me come back over here. Sorry about that. Hold on. If we fail I don't think this is going to matter. This will be a speed bump. Here's the hour. If we end up seeing something like this here, where like we're down here and we're pitting this right here, and if we're pitting right here into OpEx, the 742, which is this is the June OpEx. Excuse me, July OpEx, not June. But if we pin this OpEx for July or for month end on July, I would be pretty bearish here heading into the third. But fairly bearish. I'd be looking to sell this market pretty hard. So you get the squeeze up, they fail you here. So I need to see something like this. Something just like that. And this would be a 1, 2, 3 up here. This is wrong. And then now you're defending 42.40 basically. You're not defending this. This is a big level here. It's like 40. It's like 740. It's a huge battleground. So the bulls need to see that. It's basically what the bulls need to see. Let's take a peek at this on a 1 minute. And I would probably have to sell. I'm already thinking to myself, like I would have to sell Meta. I would have to sell Tesla. I don't think I could hold them. I don't know. I have to think about it, but pretty fucking bearish here if that's the case. There's the half hour right there. That half hour is coming up. This is good. This is bullish right here. So this, I don't want to see a back test of this right now. And at the end of the day, I don't want to see come back down, price coming back down here to test this. I don't want to see it. I think this half an hour trigger needs to come through, and this thing just needs to start moving, even with the gap here. Push that thing up, and then allow the half hour trigger to test overnight. test that, that's fine. And I want to see the peak above too. I'm kind of greedy here right now. So I want to see this one like up and above. I want to see that daily trigger get taken out. And then come back down in this half hour right here. In the overnight. And have that thing hold all this whole level right here. And I don't want to see this right now either. I don't want to see price coming down here. I don't want to see like a jackknife and then up. I just want to see up, 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 up into the close. So watch this closely here. There's your half hour, bing, all the way up. There's your half hour again. You can just see it right there. Hold, hold. And then I want to see this fucking thing move straight up here. And I do want to see this new high here too. I want to see the looks above. I want to see it like a big old fuck you. I could even argue 747.50 up here. I would even argue that you need to be like up here, 747.50, come back down, and then do the equal leg to the top into the bell up here, 748.67. And this is what I was targeting for Friday, 748. That's what my original call set that I bought was, 748. And I've been buying like 43s and 46s since then, 42s. I was messing around 42s as well, and then I was messing around with some other shit. Some two dates and stuff yesterday into this morning. So let's watch this together. This call, I think that this calls into question the whole year. Potentially. The entire bull thesis kind of rests on the next couple days. And remember, this is this blue line right here means we're getting expensive. Theoretically we should be selling this. Watch this closely. I want 742.50 into this bell. How's everybody doing? Everybody doing well out there? Everybody having a good day? Everybody make money yesterday? I made money yesterday. I made money this morning. I'm pretty happy. You want to defend this 5-minute trigger? I don't want to be down here checking this. We can, but I don't want to. I want to just back test this right here. And even if it's like, I don't mind this either. I don't mind I'm down with that. I'm down with all this with the whoop doop. Fine with that. I don't want to see any of that down there. I want to see green fucking bars into the close. Hourly velocity is saying we can do it, so we'll see. We'll watch this closely here. If you want to buy a back test, this is where it's at, right down here. I'm going to get long here myself in a minute. All right, so I'm going to read some things to you here. All right, let me read some things too that are important for you to consume. JPM notes that the current momentum drawdown is the deepest long leg driven sell-off of the past 20 years. Historically, these episodes have tended to transition into consolidation with risk reward increasingly skewing to the upside. So I agree with this. I don't think we can trade under 7090 at all. I think that is the bottom of the market. But at the same time, if we fail this, we could at least draw down to that level, which is 712-ish on S&P 500. So we want to be paying attention to that. Can we consolidate and have a kick-ass end of year? Yes. But again, it still brings up the issue, like, do we sell down into that 712 area before we can start to rip to the upside? So JPM's basically saying to you, we're at the bottom. But even though they're saying that, yeah, we know that yesterday we were very close to the bottom at that bell. But, you know, coming back down for a recheck of it, let's look at that really quick. I want to give you the alternate count here. You know, if we're failing this at any point, it still calls into question. I mean, I realize that if you're long from right here for the end of year, this isn't going to really make a difference. If we come down here, this isn't going to make too much of a difference, but it would still be painful, wouldn't it? I mean, I understand that this is the bottom. The true bottom is down here. So the alternate count here is, you know, we pin this for Friday, and we start this jackknife down here. That's what I would expect, something like this. Maybe we start bouncing, and, you know, so JPM saying that's the bottom. Yeah, theoretically it's close. You know, it's not going to really matter here. But if we can get down here, then you could conclusively say we're only going up for the rest of the year. You wouldn't just go up for just 2 months. You'd go up for, you know, the whole entire year, basically, right? They're saying that you could save the market here at the end of the year, but I don't know if that's the case. I would think that we come into September, you'd be trying to sell this again. So like you hit this one right here for the new low, then all of a sudden you're down here. Before you know it, you're like building a whole entire thing over here. You know, like now, this wouldn't happen on the 10th, but it would be something like that. You know, like sell the fuck out of August. So if JPM is saying that's the bottom, we better move today, right? Do this again. I want green bars. I want green bars like every day. I want them like every fucking day up market for like 2 straight months. If JPM is right, I want green bars every day. I want a green day every single day until either we trade 770-ish, 765 maybe, 765 would be the easy target. I'd want 765, and then I would want then you can roll it over for a month or two for Q4, and then we can run it up flagpole to 780 for year end. I'm going to try to get long right here, right on this 5 minute here. I think it's what's the price on that? It's 738.77. Right here is where I want to get long. Yep, right on that green mark right here. I don't even need to put it in there. Right here, I want to get long. 738.87. Don't turn around. Keep coming down. This is kind of it for the bulls right here. Right there. If they lose that, it's going to trade. It's probably going to trade 734.84. Yeah, we'll blast down to right here. We'll take this whole entire thing down here. Let's watch this closely here. If I end up seeing something like this, if I see this break and go underneath, I'm going to sell that. I'm not selling this. I'm looking to buy this to go up, but if I see some kind of price action like this, I'll sell it. Bring up some SPOOs for me. SPY. We trade some of these SPY options. 742. Yep, we're going to have to trade above that. Don't leave me behind, SPY. I'm trying to get long here. Give me a fill. Come back that. Nope, wrong way. You need it lower. I'm trying to get long here, but I'm not getting a fill on that green candle. I may have to change my buy price here. Hold on. All right, I'm long. I believe.
About because they're radical. But safety for the American citizenry is bipartisan. This is not a political issue. This is an American issue. Let's make sure American roads are safe. Let's make sure we put great patriots who serve this.
Got a guy speaking with Trump right now.
Well trained with great skills, and I think.
See if we can get a little bit of Trump pump at the end of the day here.
I am grateful for your leadership, putting America first, American veterans first, roads first over the illegals, who the last administration prioritized. It has been.
How much you want to bet that guy has illegals working for him? Probably good. He's got a guy running the lawnmower at home or something on his property. Goes to the local taco shop.
Thank you, Shawnee, Mr. President.
What's going on, everybody? Y'all doing well? My throat this morning was kind of fucked up. You can kind of hear it. You hear my throat's pretty raspy right now. I've tried to drink water and stuff. It hasn't worked.
They pledged what others would not do. They said, I will go and do what others will not do. And it is this country. When you told me, and I asked you that question, I said, Mr. President, what do you want me to do? He said, just take care of my veterans. So every day now, since the last year and a half, veterans at the VA are first and only in what we do. And this.
Like, I'm listening to this guy right now. I'm like, I don't go to the VA. VA fucking sucks. Hey, we're printing. Burr, baby, burr. I'm up 45% right now. Sweet. Keep on printing, baby. Give me more green candles. Get your ass up there. Let's go, SPOOs. Most resilient fucking index in the whole entire goddamn world.
So what do we do? How do we get our veterans into this? Well, one of the things that I want to emphasize is that we're now not only.
All I think about I got nothing against illegals. You know, like, get the goddamn, like, Statue of Liberty says, give me your unwashed poor, you're unwanted. Every single one of you assholes here came from that.
This will be a thrill.
Everybody watching this show that's an American came here under some kind of condition like that.
It used to take almost 2 years to get in. We're now
I like the illegals too because they add like spice, you know, they add like flavor, they add I think it's one of the things that makes us exceptional. You know, you come from a country, like maybe you're smart, like hella smart, and then you know, your country is very repressive, so you come to the US and we suck up your energy and your intelligence. So I'm okay with illegals. I think we need a better path for them to become legal. And we're not willing to do that right now either. Like the fact that we could fix this in like 2 minutes, to like, you know, I don't mind removing illegals too. Like I'm not like anti like remove an illegal if they shouldn't be here, like if they're criminals or they're bad people. But there's no path, there's no easy path to get into the U.S. Let's say that, right? We know that's true, especially if we want those people, like the people that we do want. Like there really isn't any. It's very difficult to even get here just that way. Not easy.
But also putting our veterans first. You have a president who not only says it, but
we need lawnmowers, right? We need lawnmowers, cooks. We need people to watch our kids. These people fill all those roles.
I would like to thank President Trump for inviting us all here today. It is a profound honor.
I got to cross my fingers and hope I win this. I'm down to 35% right now.
In the same month that we celebrated the 250th anniversary of our great country.
I want to go vertical.
For those of you that are at a camera and facing this way, there are hundreds of veterans here today. And I feel like we owe it to the veterans who have sacrificed. The saying is that all gave.
Yeah, I really don't want to pluck chickens in a factory. I don't want to like slaughter a pig in a factory. I don't want to do that work. I don't think any of you guys do either, do you? Ask an American if they want. I had someone on the show one day say to me, I would pluck chickens in a factory, and I'm like, you're out of your fucking mind, you liar. Like, what are you saying to me? I want to work in a slaughterhouse. No, you don't. You lose your hand in like a year. Soft-ass American.
Of keeping the American economy moving. And after all, 75%.
You think we're at CJJ's used call lot? Yeah, me too.
Of our 14,000 associates nationwide are veterans and military spouses, a statistic that we're proud of.
Yeah, they add spice. I mean, I think it's like a part of being American, right? We're like if you go to like other countries, it's like they're all the same people, right? You go to like Japan, it's all Japanese. You go into like a lot of Europe, it's like just like the U.S. there's something special about it. We got everybody. We got all the unwashed masses. That everybody, nobody wanted. All the troublemakers. Going higher now. I'm up 48% right now. Give me a big old squeeze. Go up there and grab that blue line up there for me. Slap the shit out of that thing.
Translating a veteran's military driving experience directly into a civilian commercial.
Give me a new high.
Veterans at Werner often move up the ranks into roles as driver leaders, and many serve as premier road team captains, mentoring the next generation of drivers and representing the absolute best of American trucking. We should all.
It's a pretty easy day to trade, right? This day's been pretty easy. Like that sell at 10:30 was pretty clear, right? Like you sell 10:30, it was easy to sell. The only thing I didn't expect about today was this return. Like I expected the return, but I expected to put in the equal leg lower and then start fucking selling. And we didn't do that. So if that's the case, the way is up. So let's see if we can get this thing up into the bell.
And may God bless America. Thank you.
My fellow Americans, Mr. President, and distinguished guests, is it an honor?
Is that the chef?
For 30 years of service, I have the privilege of wearing the uniform of the United States Army and the Army National Guard.
That guy's jacked.
Like so many who have answered the call, my service took me through moments of hardships.
I got my ass kicked by a black guy in the Army. I beat everybody up. We were doing combat arms training or whatever, not combat arms training. We're doing pugil stick shit, like I forget what it's called now. I'm old as fuck, but anyways, I beat everybody up in the battalion, and the drill sergeants thought it was funny. They put me up against this. The only other guy that was bigger than me was this big jacked black guy. He was racked like this, and he was like 5'6". It's like this wide. He beat my ass so bad, and the drill sergeants got some joy out of it. You already know that I can be a real asshole, so they were just waiting to get me. Yeah, it's where's Waldo? This is my Team USA jersey. I played football, soccer growing up. I played in college, played in high school. Actually, I got some money for college, and it was an academic scholarship, and I didn't deserve it. It was because I played soccer for them. It was awesome. I'm hoping that my youngest daughter will follow in my steps with clarinet and get a scholarship for clarinet. And then, of course, I'm going to tell her you're not playing that for a profession. You're just paying for college with it. Oh, dude, Trump is his voice sounds like mine. Come on, Trump, give me the pump, baby. Give me some of that. Smell that taco. Smells good, doesn't it? The guy next to him's like, "Sir, the taco buffet is opening in the next 15 minutes. Give it the old pump Rooney into the close." Oh no, Trump, no. He's leaving. No. You got to say all-time highs, Trump. He just left. Oh, wait a minute. He is playing some kind of music. Dun, 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 dun. I guess we're not going to get any pump Trump here. He's not going to help us out into the close. Not that I think it matters. Still long here, looking to trade 740.81 and 742 and change. Go in the money into the bell here. I am long calls. I'm putting my money where my mouth is here. And I'm hoping and praying that tomorrow we keep going up to 750 at least. I'm going to be so angry tomorrow. I should have fucking sold those fucking call spreads in like middle of June. And I've been sitting in these fucking things now for 2 months. I'm so fucking pissed. I'm so greedy. I'm pretty fucking greedy. Young man. We need Meta to turn around too. I had Meta calls burn. I had Meta calls on yesterday too. I had Meta calls burn. I had TQQ print big. So it's kind of funny. Like my Meta shit burned, and I own Meta now. I own 100 shares of Meta. My TQQQ though, those printed hard. SPY printed hard. My Meta calls burned fucking bad. I only bought one though, so I'm not mad about it. But it was $12 fucking. $12 fucking for a call. I was so angry yesterday buying it too. Like hate bought it. I wanted some skin in the game. But I did buy like TQQ for like, I think I bought them for like 50 cents each or something like that. They ended up printing like 90 cents. I'm so angry. I get the TQQ print, but not the fucking Meta print yesterday. Down to 38 now, up 42%. See if we can get a nice 100% print in these things. I want to at least hit 100% if possible. Just give me a nice big fat green candle. Want one of these like something just like this here, and then wham, just like that. Climb the wall of worry. Next note here. So we've got JPM saying we're at the bottom and that we're going to consolidate to go higher from here. Goldman midday wrap. I'm going to read this to you next. Momentum snapback with its largest single-day move in 10-plus years. Hedge funds regross into post-earnings strength. Microsoft, LRCX, ARM, and Qualcomm. Positive open AI, RR comments reversing 3 days of historic deleveraging, largest since November 2022. And I want you to be aware that I own Tesla, I own Meta. I am long this market and long underlying, and for almost 100 grand in both of those buys that I have. I still have call spreads for Friday. If we swing lower at any point, either down to 712, 709, or even just sweeping yesterday's low at any point, I'll probably buy more tech stocks. I am fairly bullish into the end of the year, but we are calling into question right now if this is going to happen. Like, are we going to lose this, trade 712, or are we going to break up and above? We need to get up into that 750-ish and then 760 fairly quickly here. Microsoft reclaims mega cap leadership. Microsoft is up roughly 15% on better Azure growth and guide, a top 3 single-day move in its history, and a 9 Sigma event, while Meta is the notable decliner on AX CapEx ROI concerns. I think that's bullshit. It's because they have to close short. They have to short cover Meta. That's why I'm long it. I'm assuming that Meta at some point is going to put up a day like Microsoft as well, put up like a big 15. Actually, I've got it targeted for a 37% move up. That's why I bought that close yesterday. I measured it to about 37%. Sigma moves everywhere. Momo, GSPR, HIMO, plus 13%, good for largest move in 10 plus years. HF dip versus VIP short. Winners with AI risk. Semis lead the charge. Semi and semi equipment basket. A complete memory and a complete reversal of the prior 3 sessions bleed. Defensives are under pressure. That's a good rotation, by the way, if defensives are under pressure. Staples are down minus 2.56%. Healthcare down 2.41%. Utilities down 0.86%. Classic risk on rotation, 100%. Liquidity, volumes running 18% versus 5 DMA, plus 19% versus 20 DMA. Meaningful sidestep from yesterday's muted pre-FOMC session. ETFs are 27%. Top book higher for first time all week. Noteworthy, yesterday's close, it was like a 1.4 billion or 1.7 billion sell on NASDAQ into the close yesterday. The MOC close yesterday triggered Go Long Tech. If you follow Trader Podcast and his thesis and white paper, that shit should print hard and heavy over the next 3 sessions. Watching Amazon Apple tonight to see if this is a regross, has legs into next week. Apple implied move into the print is 3.3%. Position is a 7.5 out of 10. With stock 24% year to date. Investors expect best and guide above focus on services revs. GM outlook, especially given input cost headwinds. Amazon after the bell. Implied move into the print is 6.3%. Positioning is 7.5 out of a 10 as well. So the expectation from GS and the street is that Apple and Amazon are going to rip this fucking market up into the close today. 0.49% year to date. Focus on AWS growth, mostly here low mid 30s range, as well as margin and third quarter OI guide on Amazon. So the street very bullish on both Apple, Amazon close. Maybe they can drag Meta up for me because I'm actually down right now. I bought Meta at 541. It's only trading 532 right now. I couldn't get that dip yesterday when I bought it. They did it afterwards. So I ended up buying before the closing bell at 4:15 or so. I ended up buying that dip. A little bit too early, about 15 minutes too early. They finally swept that low. See what else I got here. Hold on. Yeah, we got to get quick. We got to get above 742. We got to get 750, like lickety split. I think that if we fail this into the bell today, like if we fail this 742, I might even try to sell that. I might even try to sell, forgetting even selling Friday. Or I guess we could do a second high up here. Like if they can't get above this into this bell here, if Apple and Amazon can't drive us up, put the high in, new high on Friday, and then start selling. We could wait for the failure. Like today, waiting for the failure, it didn't happen. We could do it again tomorrow. So we kind of have to move here. I'm down now, plus 16% from plus 40% on this trade. Ted, I'm just reading something here. Let's watch this here. This is where I'm looking for that green candle. Looking for that big push up here. Up 29% now. 32%. 35%. Give me 100% print. 38%. 45 is not enough. Need 100. 41%. 42. 45. If you're along with me, have a market order to sell on 100% print. Yep. Give me that big green bar. You can do it, Spoos. Just print me like 742, 740.65. Go up there and slap 740.65, bro. Or 66. 740.70. Just give me that 70 cents. Just tag this one right here. Right there. Hold on. Tag that green right there. No, wrong way. It's afraid to hit that 70. There's a bunch of sellers like right here. this here. Up 12% now. Just got woodshedded. I'm going to have to close this out. I'm up 9% right now. If they roll this thing down, I'm going to sell. We do any of that right there. Still long. Smash it, bro. Like what I'm trying to look, what I'm looking for here is something like this. Like what I want is I want to hit this, then come back down over here and then up like that. I don't want to get caught in these calls and we do this down here. That's a no-go for me. So what I want it to do is this. But I don't want to lose this right now. So I gotta put on or I gotta take the risk off. It starts rolling. Up 25% right now. Just smash that little thing right there. Let's check gamma really quick. $744 is the target. Max pain for today is 740, and that's where we are right now. The call wall is 744. What you don't want to do is I don't want to get pinned in here. You come in here and we're doing nothing on 740. We're like pinning 740. Maybe Apple and Amazon can get us up after the bell. Up 32. I'm going to read you something about the Fed yesterday. The real story yesterday wasn't the decision, but the press conference, according to Goldman Sachs One Delta desk head Pravorsky. The FOMC held rates unchanged, but the long end became somewhat unhinged, with the 30-year yields pushing up to new highs and the curve undergoing a sharp steepening. I don't know if that's necessarily bad. The long end is saying that they can handle the no hike. Markets seemed increasingly uncomfortable with the Fed's reaction function. Warsh's stated objective has been to restore the Fed's credibility after years of missing its 2% inflation target by eliminating forward guidance. You know, you want credibility, you put the hike on. So I'm kind of scratching my head here with that idea from Warsh yesterday. I was talking to Joe Donut, I think after the bell yesterday, and he sent me a text message of Warsh with a money printer all over his shirt. And that was my point, too. I agreed with Joe Donut saying that. Like, you're trying to restore credibility, yet, you know, inflation is raging underneath the surface of the market, right? It brings up a question of, is the target really 2%? If you remove the forward guidance while simultaneously obscuring the methodology, credibility can deteriorate rather than improve. Ironically, the move in the long end may ultimately force the Fed's hand. Unless the data is unambiguously soft before September, the market may demand another hike simply to re-anchor the long end and restore credibility. The implications for risk are not supportive. Equities sold off and the dollar weakened as markets questioned the Fed's reaction function. A lower front end alongside a higher long end is an awkward combination, particularly for small caps and other long duration assets. The long end concerns are compounded by Japan, where Takachi is pushing for a cut in the consumption tax, and by the UK, where the debate has shifted from whether to spend more on defense to how to pay for it. Across developed markets, fiscal deficits continue to widen rather than normalize. That's actually not bad. We need fiscal deficits across the world to stay in a bull market. At the core of all of this is one undeniable fact. Since COVID, fiscal balances have only moved in one direction and have never normalized. This is a recipe for higher term premia, stickier inflation, and structurally higher nominal rates. The risk. Gross still felt awful yesterday. Trying to call a bottom feels almost as foolish as trying to call a top. We are roughly 3 weeks into a broader drawdown, but only a few days into an exceptionally acute degrossing. You almost have to go back to COVID to find comparable moves in momentum and the speed at which gross exposure is coming down. The difference is that COVID forced selling because markets stopped functioning. This feels much more like the consequence of excessive concentration and leverage finally being unwound. U.S. momentum is now more than 2.5 standard deviations below trend. Historically, forward returns from similar levels have been flat to positive over the past 15 years. That means uppies. The missing ingredient for a higher sharp recovery is a compression in realized volatility relative to the S&P 500. I'm up 45% right now. I keep hovering around 45, 48, and then swing back down to like 3%. I'm looking for this target up here, that yellow fucking line, so I can get out of this trade. Print me up there. Get me the fuck up to fucking 740.70, spoos. Slap that green bar up there so I can sell and make me some money. And we'll try to buy another dip here at like 350 for the close for trading Apple and Amazon after the bell. Come on, you can do it, spoos. One more slap up there. Just open the fucking door. That's all I need you to do. Open the door so we can trade 742, 744 after the bell. No, I need a new high, bro. That's not good enough. I don't like that. I want another high. See this one right here? It's bad. It's okay. Let's see if we hit it. So we missed it. You got to go higher. Higher. Get me higher. Get up there, you dirty dog. Get up there and slap that fucking thing. Stop pussyfooting around, man. Get up there and do it. This big old fat green bar. Just one quick green bar, like whammo. Right there. It's kind of like a backwards looking green bar, but it's not green. Like this. Big old slap it. Blammo. Here, I'll draw it in for you. It's easy. Just look at the green bar, spoos. You can do it. If we roll, make sure you're ready to sell if we need to. No reason to take an L here. Have your finger on the sell button in case we do roll. Come on, spoos. I fucking wish I had billions of dollars. I would just be like, wham, give me that fucking green bar, and then I would pull my money out. Just made 50 million. Ah. Come on, spoos. Stay above that white fucking line right there. Give me that goddamn green candle. That's right. Pump that fucking thing. Pump that. Take their fucking stops. Get up there. Oh, come on, spoos. Smash those fuckers. Kick them right in the teeth. Kick the door in, bro. S&P 500. Ah. Damn. And that's a good high right there. I'll give it that. It's a good high. That's what you needed to take their stops. And I'll take that right there. Oh, fuck. They're so angry right now. Whoever this asshole is right here, he's pissed. That guy, he wants out. Watch out for a roll here. He's going to try to get out of his short. Have your finger on the sell trigger if we need to. Come on, push him, Spoos. Just fucking smash him. Coming in to the hourly candle ending here in just a minute. Watch out after this close here at 2:30. We're going to close an hourly candle, so you got to be careful. They're going to sweep the prior hour, which is down here. Give me that fucking high, bro. Be very careful in here. We're going to close an hourly candle up here. They're going to try to sweep the prior hour candle, so be careful. We kind of have to get out of this trade as quickly as possible. We'll try to buy the next hour low. Come on, baby. Fucking get up there, dude. You got to... Yes! Get up there. Come on. Get up there. Push. Get me that fucking hourly high, man. Peek your head up there. Big fat green candle to close the hour. Smash that fucking thing. I mean, that big fucking giant green Donkey Kong, just smash this fucking thing right here so we can come back down, sweep the hour, and we're back up and running again. Come on, baby. Time is it right now? We got 8 minutes to do it. Yeah, there you go. Smash that fucking thing for me. Get up there. Let's make it big. Yeah, there you go. Take them. Take all their money. Be careful as we come into the new hour. They're going to try to sell it right after the hour here. It could be a few minutes, but be careful. They're going to try to sell it once we get into the next hour. You want to smash like 740, 70, 741. I'd take 740, 78. And then we can sweep back down to 739.76. Just kick their teeth in just a little bit more. Smash them. If you're long calls with me, you want to go a little bit risk-offish after you pass this this marker right here. Take the money that you have and get out. Come on. Kick the fucking door in, bro. I'm getting really antsy here. I'm going to close this out. I'm out. Just a note here, I'm out. I got to come back over here and try to buy it again down here. Something like that, right? You have a retrace here coming in at 739.76. You can see it down here. Come in like right about here. Got this for 50 in here. Put that new fucking high in, man. You only got like 2 minutes left. Put the high in. Let's move this to the side so we can watch it. One minute. Sometimes you can get it like a minute after 12, like 14:31, 14:32, but not more than a couple minutes. I don't want to see it. I don't want to see a new high post this hour here. I don't want to put a ceiling in. Let's see what happens here. So I got the new candle starting right now. This is either going to propel us up. Like this is either going to make us go higher or it's going to put a ceiling in. This has to hold now. This is the prior hour candle right here. So we have to stay above this candle. The floor has to be from here on out 740.41. Where is 740.41? Right there. We got to stay above that one right there. Hold on, maybe a little bit lower. Hold on here. Yeah, we can't go, but we can't go. See that green line right there? We can't go underneath that line. This is going to send us to the downside. Got to stay above this green right here. Historically, forward returns from similar levels. This is the momentum trade. Historically, forward returns from similar levels have been flat to positive over the past 15 years. The missing ingredient for a higher sharp recovery is a compression in realized volatility relative to the S&P 500. Until that happens, you can expect a choppier range-bound tape for momentum rather than an explosive rebound. And I think this is what's calling into question if we can't get this, like, if we don't get this move higher into the close Friday, if we don't get those two new highs above the daily trigger, what you would expect would be a trade lower. You know, retesting the lows from Wednesday, potentially trading 709, 712, or excuse me, 7090 on SPX. It says here, until that happens, expect a choppier range-bound tape for momentum rather than an explosive rebound. That would mean that we're going to be trading that like Thursday low and then possibly even much deeper to the 20s and the 12s before we can actually start making highs. A choppy range-bound action for months here. Fundamentally think earnings actually supportive for the trade. Markets are becoming less willing to pay for AI spend alone and increasingly rewarding evidence of AI monetization. That feels like an important distinction as we move to the rest of earnings season. This was from Goldman's Pravorsky. His point is we'll be range bound, still be swinging low, and then selling all these highs, selling like 42. If we sell 42 and a half maybe today or tomorrow for an equal leg to roll down and deeper. We are underneath the prior hourly candle now. We're looking to trade a trade to potentially 739.77 right over here. So Pravorsky is saying he's bullish here as well, but he's not saying that's going to be explosive. It's not going to be like the June 12th trade. We're up trading the 50s and the 60s, you know, over the course of 2 days, like trading the 50s in like 2 days and then setting it down. He's saying that we could like lose this at any moment. You know, I could lose here at 42 and a half and start selling to the downside. I mean, I would say we can even go even deeper. Like, I think we can shank this market, to be honest with you. If we didn't fail today, and but if we fail this 742 into the close today, I think it's going to be a bloodbath. Trade 712. Trade. I would want to close all those gaps down below. Let's go look at that again. Let's go look at it like this. You know, Pavorsky's saying it's going to be something like this here. You know, like either fail this and down, or fail that and down, or even fail this and down. We're just trading this. That's what he's thinking. I disagree. I'm way more bearish than sitting up here and fucking around. I would rather like take this out here, 712, take this monthly out. But it also begs the question: if you're down here, I was on the 4. Show me that. Like, see all this stuff right here. Like they call into question all of this here. I call all that into question. We start trading this down here. I'm like, why don't we just close all this? Like, why not close all this stuff out then? You got gaps down here. Giant fucking gap right here. Giant gap right here. You could even make, I mean, the argument to close this down here is solid. Like Pavorsky is saying, you know, we're just going to trade this right here. And I'm saying if we don't have the will to go up, you know, trade all that, trade all this, trade all that down there, 670, 660. I think we should trade the whole entire thing down there. So we need to go up into this bell significantly. This thing needs to smash. This needs to smash this bell. You need to hold this in here for the cross and ride this thing up, 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 up. I think I want to say that if we get a failure here, I'm going to rephrase this. If we get a failure to trade what I plotted here, price target 670. I'm going to go against Pavorsky here. Yeah, yesterday's high was 742.67. So I want to be above that today into this close. This is the first target for this right here. Want to see this like just comes grind, 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 stay underneath this. This now becomes a door closed. See if we can sweep like 739, 78, 739, 78. Sorry about this. I've got chair problems right now. Watch this closely here. This is the first leg down right here. We want to see this fail and get us down there. If this doesn't fail, I want to buy some calls again. I'm going to try this again here. Hold on. There's SPY. 43 is 743 is 19 cents. We'd have to trade 744 after bell. It's $1,900. $742 would be in the money. So 741, but those are 71 cents. They're not cheap. I wish 741 was like 40 cents. No calls for me. I wanted him cheaper. I'm not going to get him. Back to the prior hour line. Long 743C. Up a penny. Put a market order in to sell. In case we get a big green bar. Trading above the last hour candle here. So we need to defend this again.
$700 billion in future spending commitments. The Meta shares extending drop to around 9% now, as again they're reporting almost $700 billion in future spending commitments.
Yeah, they're fine. They haven't moved. Meta has not gone down. They've just been sitting there. I don't know why he's saying that. I don't know why he's shitting on Meta. It's not going down. He's trying to talk it down or something. Smash that fucking thing. Hit that goddamn blue line now. Stops underneath the green box and the green line right here. 1 minute triggers coming up to defend as well.
Brent crude futures settle at $89.03 a barrel, which is down $1.71 or 1.88%.
Trading 25 on 21. Have a market order to sell. Trading 26. Give me 30. Give me 30. Give me 30. Give me 30. Pop it over. Pop it over. Stop that fucking blue line. Keep going. Get above the yellow one. Note that there are sellers here on that yellow line. Still have not hit the line here. Missed it by a tick. I talked to a guy yesterday. I had to talk to a guy yesterday after the show that worked for TARP. It was neat to hear the stories he had to tell me yesterday. Basically, the bailout program from the U.S. government for 2008. The government dispersed $443 billion over the lifetime of the program. Shockingly, it recovered $443.1 billion in repayments, dividends, and stock sales. The total net cost to taxpayers was approximately $31.1 billion. That's not too bad for what they dispersed. I'm still long here. I'm still long. My stops are under here. We're defending this shit all the way into the close here. Or we need to defend it. We need to squeeze. We need to trade 742.67 by cash market close, or a penny above it. We need a higher high from yesterday's high. Currently traded 740.60 at the moment. We have a lot of sellers up here, just up inside of here from 2 days prior, or the 8:30, 9:30 in the morning. Right, this is the opening 742. Excuse me, we're trading right now the opening sell from yesterday. We need to get above and trade. Actually, I'd prefer to see us trade 742.79 into the close. 742.79. If we fail to trade that, it's a sell signal on 742.5 to go down in bloodbath. Now, I'd be calling like 670 pot potentially. It could get ugly. Close a bunch of gaps to the downside if we're already down there, rooting and tooting down there. So we got to smash here into the close. You know what I'm going to do though? I'm going to sell some fucking meta puts here. Is it here that should I sell meta puts or no? I got to wait. I got to wait for Monday. I can't sell puts yet. I got to wait and see if we get the failure first. Still long. I want to sell puts just to spite that fucking that financial juice bear. I'm serious. I was gonna sell puts this morning, like early this morning, and I was like, I can't do it yet, not yet. For all this trouble here, I'm only up 1 penny right now. All this noise in here, I'm still only up 1 penny. $742.77. Yeah, we need to hit this right here. Right there. That's a big ask, right? I don't think I can get that. Maybe on Apple, Amazon print, but I don't know if I can get that in cash market. You can even see here, this is the wall right here. It's everything you need to know, right? Need to break through this one right here. You ain't getting the full song unless we start fucking mooning here. Turn that one green. Next target, 742.37. 742.37. Next target from here. Trading 740.90. Y'all waking up now? Trading 29 on a 21-cent trade. Now trading 30 cents. Woo, baby! Give it to daddy! Give it to me every way I want it! Slap that fucking ass! Trading 34 on 21 right now. Right, Tim? Right, Tim, Buckeye? Trying to trade right now. 742.33. 742.33. That's 2 winning trades for you today. I've only been on the show for half the fucking day. Currently, 743 trading 35 cents on a 21-cent buy-in. Had a high of 36 cents. You have to decide now if you're going to stay in the trade or sell. We are defending that green line that you see right there. So when we come back down, if you want to try to buy that and get yourself back in, you're more than welcome to. Now trading 36 cents on 743C. Now trading 40 fucking 2 cents for a 100% trade right now on the S&P fucking 500. Trading 39 cents. Take the money and get the fuck on out if you can. $21 to 42 cents. That took 15 minutes. We've done this twice now today. Go find your Furu on FinTwit and tell them that you're going in and say, Sarah Furu, tell me when to get in and out of my trades here. Make me some money. There's another one. We'll try to defend this green line now. We're here to defend. If you haven't jumped on a trade today, we're looking to defend at this point, 740.70 and 740.83. Stops raised right here. That's where your stops are. God damn, that was good. Didn't that feel good? Another fucking green day, baby. See, come look. You see it? Come look. You see it? Hey, you're not gonna see that? See that right there? That's another green day for you in the books. Count those up. You should make a Twitter account and say, God damn it, a green account today again today for a second fucking day in a row. Start counting them for me. Every day, if I have a red day, I want you to yell at me or say something. I got to get you a microphone so you can say something to these cats. God damn, that fucking meta shit last night pissed me off to no fucking end. I got to tell you guys. And my TQQ printed. That was that's the thing that pissed me off even more. I was like, fuck. And I commented yesterday, I was like, I don't want to buy these calls. Like, they were $12 goddamn dollars. I'm like, God damn, these are expensive. I still have them there for tomorrow. They're Friday expiry. So, maybe they'll run up tomorrow or something, but I doubt it. That interest is all gone. They're fucking worthless now. I'm going to have to buy like another 100 pack on the open tomorrow. And this shit ain't moving nowhere. It's parked down there doing jack shit today. Keep going higher. Target. Same target as I gave before. Target into the bell. 742.34. And then I want to fucking smack the fuck out of yesterday's high. I want to slap that shit silly. I want to trade like 743.37. I want to trade the intraday high as well. That's up at 742.68. I want to kick the market's teeth in. I want to close this fucker at 4 p.m. tomorrow at 750 or higher. I demand it. Kick their fucking teeth in. They got their fucking time. You had your goddamn fucking rate hike shit. We priced in the rate hike. There's no fucking need to be going down. That recovery should be swift and not like Pravorsky is saying. You want to trade 670? I don't. You want to trade 712? I don't. So trade higher. Go up there and smack their fucking teeth in. Currently trading 741.27. Gotta scream at Spoos and make it fucking, I demand that it prints my goddamn call spreads big, fat, and heavy. It's reminding me of the fucking Amazon trade all day long. God, that trade sucked balls. It sucked so bad I had to like watch it like melt up the last 2 days. Like the last day, like it literally printed like at 3:20 in the afternoon or something stupid, like 3:45. It sucked balls. I was so mad. And I'm like, I'll never do this again. That's what I told myself too. I was like, I'm never gonna do this again, and I'm doing it right fucking now. Climb the wall of worry. Go up. Up. The intraday fucking high. from yesterday. We have to take it out in cash market. Go higher. Higher, 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 higher. Give me big green fucking balls. Make me some fucking money. $7.43 now trading 50 cents on a 21-cent call-out buy-in here on this show. Y'all loving it? Y'all making money? He dead now, bro. He got clobbered. Take all his money. What up, David? Smash it, baby. Kick him right in the fucking teeth. Trading 54 right now on a 21-cent buy-in and 743C. Your first bus stop is coming up when you're ready to get the fuck off the bus. Feel free to sell those calls. Trading 54 cents right now. Can I get a fucking slap the ass on 742? Oh, 3 up there. What up, David? I love you, my brother. I'm realizing I'm not going to die. Whoo-wee! 743C now trading 57.58. That's a 300 motherfucking percent printer right there for you. What's my name? Call my name out. Slap that fucking ass. 65 cents right now. S&P 500 trading 66. Take the money and run as we go into the 4 hour. Trading 67, 68 cents right now. Out. Woo! How do you like them fucking apples? Feels good, doesn't it? We got to do it in cash market. We want to trade the new high from the yesterday low, the high from yesterday in cash market, 742.67. You know, David, I'm going to live, man. Not only that, my doctor said I'm probably going to live a long time. It's like you're like 90, dude. They checked everything. They were like, you ain't got no cancer. You got this big-ass mass, but it's like a baseball. We got to cut it out of you. Other than that, I'm good. You know what we got to do, David? We got to set up like a studio, right? And invite traders in to trade next to me and you. We'll see who's the real Bobby Badass. If they're actual, but we'll call it like the spicy hot spicy challenge. We're gonna call it like the trader challenge. We'll give them $1,000 or some 10 grand and see what they can do. Did you see that? Did you guys see that arrow that I drew up there? Did you guys see that? Was that clear enough right there? Is that clear right there? Yeah, that's clear. This one right here, the main trend. That big fucking thing right there. That thing. That thing right there. Yeah, Ryan, here, I'll turn this off. I'm going to tell you what, Ryan. The past, 3 or 4 weeks have been pure nightmare fuel. Absolute nightmare fuel. I can't express to you. And it didn't kick in that I'm going to live until this morning. This morning, it actually hit me in the face that I'm going to live. And I was scared shitless, my brother. I was fucking scared. I got to tell you, bro, it was no fun. I've never really truly faced my own mortality. And it wasn't even just mine. It was my children. Cannot lose my fucking kids. You know what? I think it would have been okay if my youngest was 18. If my youngest was 18 or 19, I think I'd be fine. It was something about her being 13 years old, and I'm just I felt like I haven't had the fucking time to spend with my daughter, brother. I feel like I could be robbed of that moment with my kid, you know? Even my oldest daughter, the 19-year-old, I was like, yeah, she'll be okay. I'm I've spent a lot of time with her. You know what the other weird part about this is? There's something about my 19-year-old, I told you the story about my 19-year-old told me, it's my story now, Daddy, it's not yours. I want to tell you my story instead of you telling you repeating your stories to me. I think that moment I was fine with my oldest. When she said that to me, I felt like she had made it. My 13-year-old, there's something about that age, from 9 to 13 is a big age, but then that 13 to adulthood, you're holding their hand for that last time. You spend the extra time teaching them how to drive. You spend the extra time teaching them how to work. You spend all that getting into college, all that whole thing, and now my oldest is in college, so I'm she's fine. She's gonna make it. My 13-year-old though, man, it bugged me badly, really badly, dude. And I had a phone call yesterday with my doctor, and he's like, I'll tell it on public. I didn't say this publicly yesterday. I said it in the Discord yesterday, but I'll make it public. So my doctor said to me yesterday, he said this. He said, I have a giant fucking mass. It's like a fucking baseball. It's huge. They biopsied it. They cut into it. They took out a portion of it to see if it was cancerous. I have 2 precancerous things on it that will become cancer if I don't remove it. So he said to me yesterday, he's like, look, he's like they scanned me from my butthole all the way up to the top of my chest here. And he's like, look, he's like, it hasn't metastasized or something like that. Metastasized. It has precancerous stuff in it or cells in it, but it's not cancerous cells. And I said to him, I was like, what's the deal with this? Can it come back? If you cut it out, will it come back? He's like, no, if we get it all out, we open you up, we get it all out, it'll never come back again. And, I got to say this, he told me I had a 70% chance of having cancer. Told me that. He's like, because of the size and the length of time it's been inside of you, he's like, there's a very good chance that it's cancerous. I caught this fucking thing at the last possible moment. I want to cry just thinking about it. It's the last possible moment I caught this fucking thing. So now it's just a matter of getting this operation. It's a matter of what the surgeon says. So Monday, I want to let you guys know too, on Monday, at 2:30 in the afternoon, I have to go see the surgeon, and they're going to offer me whatever they think the surgery should be. One of the surgeries is quick. I'll be recovered in 2 days. Another surgery is a 2 to 3 week recovery. But I got to tell you guys, if you're a man or even a woman, if you're in, my insurance did not cover a colonoscopy until I turned 50, unless they could find something to stick in their finger up my butt. And they've been checking my ass now for 2 years and couldn't find it. I literally had to hunch over and like pretend I was pooping, like squeeze, right? And that was the only way that this guy felt this fucking thing inside my ass. Otherwise, I would have still had it inside of me today if I didn't do that. Or I should have just paid for a colonoscopy, private medicine, and I never fucking did. So if you're like a guy or a woman that's like 45 years old, forget the 50 bullshit. Like if you're like 45, you need to get yourself checked before it gets to this stage. If you are ever in this thing that I just went through, you never want to go through that. The conversations I had to have with my wife, I never want to have those conversations with my wife, ever. The conversations I had to have with my children, I never want to have with my children. I never want to have those conversations. The doubt, the things I had to look up, I never want to have happen. And not only that, this operation is probably going to cost me, like you want to talk about checking early, like a colonoscopy costs you like $300 to $500 private healthcare. This is going to cost me potentially $100,000, $200,000 to get this thing cut out. I just got a bill. I'll tell you guys a fucked up story. Get the bill over there? Oh, it's not here. I got a bill yesterday. You know, I've been like, you know how I'm like, hey, I'll be here tomorrow and I'm not here? Because I'm going to, like, my doctor is saying, you got to do this and you got to do that. And you got to just, okay, now I want you to do this. I had one of these appointments this week that was out of network for me. Or no, it was in network, but I didn't get the approval from my insurance company. They just hit me with a bill yesterday, $15,000. And I just paid $3,000 like 2 days ago for another procedure that was private medicine. So I'm up to like $18,000 right now. And I haven't fucking gone to the surgeon to speak to him. I haven't gotten an operation. Like this shit's going to cost me fucking bank. So like on the one side, I am fucking stoked. Like I'm not, this realization, like I'm going to live. And my doctor's telling me, he's like, you've got no cancer anywhere in your body. He's like, I don't see any lumps anywhere in your body. He's like, even if you were to die of cancer, you're going to be an old fucking man. Like the way that you die is going to be a stroke from stress. It's going to be cardiovascular disease, something like that if you treat yourself poorly. So that was like really a big, huge relief for me. But I'll tell you what, like I had $18,000 right now to know that, like $18,000, and more than likely I'm going to get. They're going to. My insurance is going to try to find any loophole to not pay for this procedure. That's what they're going to try to do, is fuck me along the way. But anyways, Ryan, the truth is, I can't, like this morning it kicked in that I'm going to be here bugging you fuckers for the next 20 years. It's going to be you and I hanging out for another 10 or 20 years minimum until I'm like 70. So I'm an old fucking man, and I got gray hair everywhere, I'm bald, and I got a big fat beer belly and that kind of a thing. So yeah, the relief is definitely, it's definitely like right in my face right now that I'm gonna see my daughter, unless I fuck up something or get run over. I'm gonna be able to see my daughter turn 18 years old and 19 years old, and I don't give a fuck what happens after that. I guess I'll care about my wife. I don't want my wife to die before me. That would be my next fear in life. I guess after that would be just my wife. I would prefer my wife to die after me. I want to die first. I don't know if I could live without my wife. I think that's the only other thing. It sucks balls, dudes. The U.S. healthcare says, if my wife comes back, I'll ask her to dig out the bill to show you guys. $100 fucking grand it's going to cost me. I already know. Like I don't already know. I did the WebMD thing. I went on Reddit and I looked it up, and they were like, "Oh, dude, you're fucked." They're like, they're gonna fuck you up and down. they were like talking to me, and they gave me like 3 options. They were like, or Reddit did. Reddit was like, you can do it 3 different ways. The bills come in, you never pay them. You pay them like $1 a month for the rest of your life. And that's how we wash people out of our system today. We don't wash them out with mortgages and stuff like that anymore. The only way you can wash an American out is through the healthcare system. So if you amass a bunch of money, you just start getting hit with like surgeries over. You figure from like 50 to 70 or 80. You're just gonna logically you're going to amass like $500,000 to $1 million in bills you're never gonna pay ever. And I'm reading Reddit, and Reddit's telling me they're like, well, you can get a divorce. They're like, that we call them they call them medical divorces. So this is where it gets crazy. When I knew something was wrong with me, I should have divorced my wife that moment. And then I go through the procedures and all that kind of stuff. They take it out, and then we ready for this. We get remarried again, and then I don't have to assume any debt. I can just go on like a Medicare, Medicaid, all that kind of shit. I would report less earnings, all that kind of stuff. I have to pretend I'm poor. I would have to have the kids in my name so that I look like I'm eligible, right? To get like Medicare or Medicaid or whatever. Uh-oh, did I lose the stream? Uh-oh. I think I lost the stream here. Hold on here, guys. Hang tight 1 second here. Maybe I was shaking too much or something at the desk. I was dancing too hard. Hold on 1 second here. So, you know, like, medical divorce, never knew what that was. Now I know what that is. I know about the accumulating debt and never paying it back was another choice that they gave. And I'm like looking at this stuff and I'm like, I don't know what to do. The good news is if I just assume the debt and don't do the Medicare bullshit or the medical divorce bullshit, if I just assume the debt, the one good answer here that I don't know if this is true. I haven't dug into it deeply enough yet, but maybe you guys have. Maybe some of you out there knows more than I do. People on Reddit were saying that if I accumulate that debt, I can appeal some of this stuff, like the $15,000 bill I got yesterday. They said I could appeal it, but let's say I lose that appeal. People on Reddit were saying that I could just tell them that I'm going to pay $1 a month or something. Like, I'll pay you, but it's going to be $1 a month for the rest of my life. And supposedly it doesn't impact my credit. I don't know if that's true or false. And maybe some of you know this answer because I don't know it. Would that impact my I forget what it's called right now, but does that debt get calculated, even if it's not calculated into like negatively towards me? Does it account for like the amount of money that I'm creditworthy for? I guess like this guy can have X amount of debt versus his income ratio, and that gives me a number of he can spend $1 million a year. Does it, because I assume like I get $200,000 in this debt, does it drop my ability to take a loan down to $800,000 in a year? If anybody knows the answer to that, please let me know in the chat. Because I will do that if that's the case. Like I will just pay $1, like $10 a month or something for the next 40 fucking years. So it doesn't impact it at all, right? The only way it can is if they sue you and get a judgment. I have attorneys. I'm wealthy. I make a lot of money. I mean, I'll fucking fight it if I have to. I would. I would fucking fight those. I would fight those pricks. I would see him in court, definitely. But they can sue, huh? I didn't know that they could sue. Send to collections. Bills that remain with your doctor or hospital do not affect your credit. They only impact your credit after being sold or transferred to a third-party collection agency. No shit. No, I didn't know that. That's bad. Okay, so let me ask you guys some serious questions here. Now, if I'm paying, let's say I accumulate $100,000 in medical debt from the hospital. If I'm paying something every month, can they still sell that debt to a collection firm? Anyone know that answer? Like, can they legally sell my debt to somebody else to collect if I'm paying something regularly? Because then that means I could be fucked, right? Or could I take the debt and consolidate it from a judge, maybe? They get a judge to force that the payment is X amount of dollars. Find a friendly judge, pay him off. Detroit's a small place. Trading high so far, 742.46. We're looking to get over yesterday's high of 742.67 and 743.37 from a pre-market high. Oh, no shit. They'll let me settle for 40%? That's not bad. You think I could offer like 20? They probably pay 10% for it, right? 10% of the value. Dude, healthcare is, I never knew this. I've never, dudes, I've never been sick in my life. Like my dad's still alive. Like no one dies in my family. Like they live to be like 105. They like not five. Like they live to like 101, 98 years old, 102. Like all my grandparents and shit. I've never been through a medical issue. My wife has never been through one. My oldest daughter had I shouldn't tell that, but she had breast reduction surgery. And that's the only thing we've been through, but it was all planned. It was like something that took years to have happen, and it was something that we just followed the rules. We didn't get any debt from that. The insurance covered it. But I've never been through this. I've never been through like something that's like cost me money medically. Outside of like, 500 there, 1,500 there, something like that.
Seeing shares of Qualcomm dropping in volume. SPY class down 3.2%.
I don't know if Sinai Grace is for profit or not. I'm going to check right now. It is a for-profit hospital. Fuckers. God damn it. The parent company is Tenet Health. And my health insurance is United. It's like two of the worst companies out there. They'll try to negotiate a settlement. Should I try to negotiate with an attorney, maybe? No, it was reversed this year, causing the confusion. I guess I got to look into this more, huh? I got to drink some water here. Watch this 5-minute trigger down here. Watch out, they're going to try to dump this here. Be careful of a dump. I guess I got to look into this more. From what I'm reading inside this chat over here, I got to look into it some more. And there, I wish I had the bill in front of me. I'd show you guys the bill. I'll talk to my wife. Maybe I'll post it in the Discord or something. You guys can take a peek at it. Tell me what you think of it. What they tried telling me was it was in network, right doctor, but they said that I didn't get it pre-approved. And I called my medical insurance before and called them and said, hey, can I have this procedure done at this place? And they said yes. And then I went the following morning and they said, well, even though you have the referral, you didn't get approval. Like I requested to do it, but I didn't get the approval. No shit, Damien. Yeah, I got United Healthcare. They've been sucking really bad. Like it really, really, really bad. Like there's another thing too. Like when I called them about a CT and PET scan. And like I got the AI, then I got the finally spoke to somebody. The benefits page or whatever said, oh yeah, these are all the available providers, but all the providers were imaging places that don't do CAT scans. Only the hospitals here in real private medicine do it. So I'm kind of scratching my head here. I think they're going to try to make me pay for the whole fucking thing. Like just deny. Oh, no shit. Okay, Damon. So my doctor has to say something. Okay. So when I do the appeal, I'll contact my doctor over it. Thanks for saying something. I'm clueless, man. I've never been through this. I don't know anything about this stuff. I've never had any moments in my life where I could die, you know, or you know, I'm gonna be going through some like chemo and radiation and all that. I'm not going through that stuff. I don't have to do the radiation and the chemo, none of that shit. But potentially I had to. So and I've never been through anything like that, like medically speaking, in my life. Oh, really? Yeah, I'm on open market right now, or whatever it's called, marketplace. You're saying I can change my insurance right now? Okay, I'll do it. Hold on. My wife was saying to me that if they deny that I should rent a house for a month, she was like, if they deny. My wife yesterday was telling me, she was like, you know, you could do is just move for a month. That's why I was thinking about moving to New York early. I could get into the New York healthcare system, and it like automatically triggers. If I move, it automatically triggers like I don't know, something that allows me to buy insurance. No shit, Metamorphi. She just completed 7 weeks of Chemarad. No, they were saying they didn't care. They said they didn't care if I moved. They said if I actually move, like that's not fraud. If I move, it's like legal. It's not fraud or nothing. I would have to move though, like move to New York City. I can't stay on Michigan or healthcare that's only Michigan specific. Even my healthcare told me, they were like, you can't. I called them and asked them directly. I was like, can I use my insurance in New York? And they said only for an emergency. That's it. They were like, you can't use it for like healthcare in New York. He was like, you're gonna have to literally dump your Michigan healthcare. Told me right to my face on the phone yesterday. It's not fraud or anything. They're like, he's like, if you move to New York, you can it'll trigger where you can jump healthcare providers. Exactly. You got it right. Issue or Ishi. I don't know if that's issue or Ishi. Is 3E. You got that right. No shit. The lab fraud. They told me I didn't have cancer. They said I have pre-cancer. I have like something lesions and something else. I don't know what those are, but they're like the pre-cancer cells or something. Epstein-Barr virus. Jesus. Yeah, the healthcare thing is bugging the fuck out of me. You know what the worst part is? We're talking about this last night, my wife and I. And last night she was making commentary of how much money she was counting in her head how much money we've spent on medical insurance over the years. It's fucking stupid what we've spent. Like, I just can't believe the amount of money I've spent on healthcare insurance. And then now they're just like, fuck it, we're going to deny them again. Like, what the fuck's the point of insurance? I don't know what the point of it is. They're going to deny me. Yeah, they told you all a lie. I got fucking fear. I was so fucking furious when she showed me that bill. So, like, here's the other side of this. So, when I was going to get that procedure that cost me 15 grand, I looked at private medicine to get it done, and the price was $485. $485, and I was like, "You're charging me $15,000, and I could have gotten it done for $500 at a private place." I was pretty mad about that. I can see now why they like, you know, the left side of the ledger says that they're owed so much money. All these for-profit hospitals, they're never collecting all that money from their people. Oh, they can get you on. So I own companies. Can I just do it on my company? Maybe I own like 5 different companies. Prison healthcare system. I felt the same way with my FICO. I'm rebuilding my FICO right now. So what I did was I paid all my debt, I paid all my debt. I got zero debt now. And I mean, right down to like the mortgage, I've paid everything. But then I tried to, this is a funny story. So I normally just do car service. If I travel, I'll do car service, like Lyft or Uber or whatever. And I had to rent a car recently. And not recently, but a year ago at some point, I had to rent a car, and I don't have a credit card. Like I used to have like the Amex for Delta and shit. I got out of Delta like 2-3 years ago, and I haven't had a credit card in like at least 3 or 4 years. 3 or 4 years I have not had a credit card. My credit dived, and I had to rent a car, and I tried to open a credit card again, and I was denied. And I didn't know why I was denied, and it was because I didn't have any credit. Nobody was reporting for me. So the past year, been about a year, I think. They needed like $1,000 credit card for the car rental. So I just started I started out back out with a couple prepaid cards, and now I've got credit cards. I got credit cards galore now, but I was just gonna pull them out, but I probably shouldn't do that. But I got all my credit cards back. I got Amex back. I started out with like a Capital One or something like that, and quickly rebuilt my credit. But I feel like I need to have some credit, even though I don't have any debt. And I only use these cards to pay off my bills. Like that's the other crazy thing. Like now I've got credit cards again. I don't use them. Like I use them for like monthly bills. Like I gotta this come in, that come in, and I'll put it on that card, and then I just make the payment on the due date to have some kind of credit. Because like you can't rent a car if you don't have a credit card. I didn't know that. I didn't know that till recently. I've never had to rent a car. I fucking had to rent a car, so I'm like, all right, fuck it. Good to know. Yeah, to murder your credit score. Yeah. No, I don't. So I became like, I mean, I realize I'd had a lot of debt for many moons, and even like people that I trust were like, you should take loans against your house and stuff. You should have lines of credit that you're using, and I realize it's to my benefit to do this and to make money, but I had such a bad taste in my mouth. I had like I carried debt for so many decades. I had a house fire, and I felt at the time like almost like this medical debt thing. I felt like if I ever got washed out, I would never make it back. So I paid all my debt off, paid all my credit cards off. I paid off you name it, student loans. I had fucking loans everywhere. Car loans. I got rid of now I drive it. Even I'm kind of wealthy. Like I make good money, and I drive a used car. Like I buy used cars with cash. I don't bother with I don't have I could. I don't drive fancy cars. I spend money elsewhere. Like I like traveling. I like vacations. I love dancing. I like fucking sailing. I fucking love all the cool shit that you get to do. Like I'm getting older, so I'm feeling like the things that I like are changing a little bit. I used to believe in status, and I used to believe in I need a big house, and I need to entertain the Joneses over there, and my family and friends and all that kind of stuff. I'm getting to this point in my life where those things don't matter as much to me anymore. I could just assume once my 13-year-old is gone, I could have a small condo or something, small cabin in Vail, small beach house in San Diego or something like that. A nice little loft and with a rooftop deck in New York City, something like that would be nice. But the big 6,000 square foot home, all that kind of shit, I got no time for it anymore. I'm becoming like that old crusty boomer. Yeah, get rid of United. All right, I'm gonna what I'm gonna do from this conversation is I'm gonna talk to my wife tonight and try to find some kind of a triggering event. That's the easiest, whatever the easiest triggering event is to switch my insurances to a better insurance, better company. I was pretty pissy about that yesterday, guys. Like, that's not small change. Like, I was thinking yesterday, I'm like, this could be like, I haven't done shit yet. Like, it's been a bunch of battery of tests. I haven't been to the surgeon yet. And I'm like, this could turn into like $100,000 of debt. I mean, that's insanity. Isn't that insane? Like $200,000 in debt to cut that thing out of me? You gotta be fucking kidding me. Stay away from Ozempic. I've already shed like 40 fucking pounds. I don't know if you guys can see me. If you guys saw me in person right now, I'm shedding like 2 pounds a week right now. My body is, I'll tell you something now. I don't know if I said this yet, but I'll tell you what the symptoms are for me if you want to know. So I feel great. Like, I physically feel amazing. I went dancing last week or 2 weeks ago, I think. I went to a daytime rave. There was all adults, right? And we were in a heat wave. And was it 2 weeks ago? 3 weeks ago? Whatever. 3 weeks ago? I don't know. 4 weeks. Maybe it was before then. It was before I went to, that was 4th of July. So middle of June at some point, second week of June, I went to a rave. And I danced all day long. And it was hot as fuck. And all the other adults were like dancing then in the shade. Sit down, relax. I danced the whole fucking day. I was the only person dancing like that. Sun blasted me in the face. I felt great. So physically, I feel really good. Now, when I get sick, I got sick on July 5th or no, maybe like 6th or 7th or 8th in there, somewhere in there. I got sick. And I thought I had thrombosis. The sickness was making me think this thing on my leg was thrombosis, but it was just an injury. So I'm sick, right? I couldn't recover from it. So I felt that. Like, I felt it was a hard recovery. Like, I slept like 18 hours, multiple days in a row while I was sick. So like, my recovery sucked. The second thing that I felt is no appetite. And I was explaining this to a friend on the phone yesterday. I was talking to her, and she was like, "How much? Like, you losing weight fast?" And I was like, "Yeah, like my stomach is telling my brain, hey, he's only got this much space to pass stool, like, tiny, so he can only eat like if you were eating like a 2 cheeseburger meal with a large fry and a Coke, I won't drink the Coke. I'll have like 3 or 4 French fries, literally like 3 or 4 of them, and I might finish one of those 2 burgers. And the burgers are small now, right? They're not as large as they used to be. So like I could eat that 1 burger and I'd be done. So my brain isn't making me suffer either. My brain isn't like telling me that I'm hungry. It's just like, you're full, stop eating. So I don't eat as much as I used to. And the last thing that I felt was the pooping thing. When I poop, it's hard to poop. Like, my body digests my food longer to pass that stool. And that's how I noticed when I got sick this time. So when I got back from Atlanta, I got sick and I was like, man, like, I'm already not eating enough. I'm like, now I'm sick and I'd gone, like, when I got sick, when I got back from Atlanta, I didn't eat for like 3 days, and it didn't feel like I needed to eat. Then I was sleeping many, 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 many hours. And then when I went finally, so I like started at the ER. Then I went to my GP. No, did I go to? I don't know if I went to a minute clinic or not. I might have went to a minute clinic, and then I went to my GP, and I was like, "Stick your finger up there right now," and that's all I felt. So those are the only 3 symptoms I've had. I haven't had anything like people are like, "Oh my God, you're in pain? Are you this and that?" Like, most days of the week, I feel great. I feel good. Like, I feel like I'm fine. So I'm not going through any of those other like horrible things. Ozempic? I'm not on Ozempic. I've never taken anything like that. I've never taken Ozempic or Wegovy. I know that Winky. I think did Winky say he takes it? Maybe. I think he mentioned it once in the stream. Winky said that he took it and it works wonders for him. He said it helps with sex and everything. He said it helps with everything. He feels more energy. He said, I think if I recall, he said he had more energy. He felt more confident. And I think he said his sex life improved too. If that was a serious question, I don't know. I take Cialis, but I only take it because fun. I don't need it. I do order it off like a Men's Health thing. You get a bigger erection longer and shit. I can go like 3 or 4 times on Cialis. Easy. 3 or 4 times. If any of you guys have never had Cialis, that shit is baller. You're stiffy. A stiff pinky. I'm not in zero dates. Does it help your zero dates? This is an angry inch. You know that they say, what do they say? If your index finger, do you guys know this? How does it go? One finger's longer than the other one. If your pointer is longer than your ring finger, means you have a big penis. You guys know that? I'm serious. Let me look this up. Hold on. Yeah. Hold on. One finger larger than the other. Large penis. We're talking about penises now. We shouldn't be doing this. So I watched this guy for the stock market. And we start talking about penises.
Bureau chief on X. They say that
it's true. I just read it.
And their outcomes will shape the Strait of Hormuz's future.
All right, watch out for a turn down here into the close. We've got a couple places to take a peek over here. We're going to wait for these reports after the bell. So I'm going to read this to you. We can sweep 740.39, just a heads up. Right in here, we can sweep this whole thing into this close. Got a bunch of reports coming out after the bell. A few notes to you, okay? No, shut up, dude. Shut the fuck up. Okay, so this guy bugs the hell out of me. So I want to say something clear to you guys, okay? This is serious topic time. We'll get back to penises in a minute. So I want to warn you of something, okay? This could mark the high, okay? We could come back tomorrow on Friday to do an equal leg to sell to the depths of hell. Saying that, Mr. Stock Market here, if it doesn't want to crash, and I said this earlier to you, Mr. Stock Market, to not crash, needs to trade like 740, like 740 fucking 3.5 between now and like 6 p.m. Okay? The other thing here is tomorrow, in my perfect world, I would really like to see us pin at 4 p.m. at least 750, if not even higher. So just be aware. I wouldn't be shorting this yet, but I want you to be warned that this is the first signpost right where we are. This is the first signpost where Mr. Market Man's going to want to, or this is the second signpost. The first one was the recovery here. So see this right here? Let's go down here and look at this. So see this back test right here? This back test here, I was watching very closely earlier this afternoon. I was like, if this thing fails, we're going downtown, okay? Now, it did go high enough. It's the look above that we always talk about. We got the look above. So it was like, well, shit, let's buy that and get long. So we did, right? We bought this. We took this long. This thing needs to smash up here, okay? And into Friday, this is now Friday, right? We have to hit this 745, and we need to hit the 750 into the bell up in here. Like, we need to do that to even start considering that we're not going to crash. So I just want you to be aware that the Mr. Market Man, if we don't get this today, if we don't get this after 6 p.m., right, Mr. Market Man, what it's going to want to do is it's going to want to come in here and do like an equal leg, if you're lucky, and then start violently selling. Okay, like big time to the downside. So be very careful these next 2 days in here. After this bell, anything like if you get a whiff at any point, like we start losing the half an hour trigger, hourly trigger, this trigger right here, like we fail a high, we start back testing this bad boy over here, more than likely this isn't going to hold. More than likely this is going to start, we're going to start blasting down. So just be conscious of that for where we are in price. And these reports after the bell. I'm going to take a quick look at the reports that are after this bell and see if I see anything. Google search at home. I want you to Google search, ready? Google search link found between finger and penis size. What do we got here? Let's go top right. We're going to look at Apple. $344. Oh, hold on here. Like on this is a 4-hour basis right now. We've only done 2 highs here, not see these 2 highs right here? So you kind of have to like do 50 right here. This is the big A right here, somewhere where we are right now. Then something like that. That's what I want to see. 1, 2, 3, 4. This is your, just see if you don't know what this is, it's this is your FOMO push. And this is the distribution. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 here. This would fail. Now this thing kind of only has to hold this. We could actually go down here, then up here. We could go all the way down there, but I always like a cleaner. I like cleaner geometry, personally. But theoretically, it's right about there. I like the geometry of this, but the bigger question is: do we go down here? Do we go down today? Like, do they flush it and then hammer it up after the bell? That's what I've got for Apple. Is that Amazon? I like that right there. I like the idea of that. This is in decline right now. So this is going down. It's not. This is actually in distribution, but let's check this here really quick. There's 1, 2. Like I'm afraid it's something like this and then down. There's the correction right there. You can see the correction, right? It's 1, 2 right there. There's 1, 2 right there. 1, no 2. We haven't done the 2 yet. We could have a good report and then go down. We did that over here. You see it right there? You had 1 right here, and then you had another 1 right here. So an equal leg to sell. It's something like this. Now there's this gap right here. You see that gap? The gap right there. You could argue that it's also right here too. It's this one right here. So we already did that one. So it's this one right here. We got to take that one out. This is Amazon on a 4-hour basis. There's 1, there's 2, there's 3 and 4. Theoretically, this could break out and go higher. I mean, I'd be willing to entertain this. This is like the SPY has to put in. Like SPY has to put in the 2. It's the same as I couldn't change that outlook unless we did something like this. So keep an eye on whatever this report is. So the thesis here is like Amazon can go this high. It could actually go this high right here, 256. As long as it stays under this, as long as it does not trade. Well, I'll put the squawker on here. As long as it stays under 256, it's still in decline.
Meta falling 8%, extending record losing streak to 11th day.
Oh, you bastard! I wish I could. I can't believe I turned that squawker back on and you just said "fuck you."
Shares jumping 16% in biggest one-day gain since 2008.
Let's do a split screen here.
Amazon second quarter EPS of $5.75.
Woo!
$5.75, and second quarter net sales of 200.
Trading 244 right now, 70.80. Trading 743.15 on the fucking bell on SPY, baby. Nailed it. Boom, booyah, baby. 743.12 target. Do you see my thing right there? Let me make it a number fucking 4. Slamming that pig, baby. Slam it. Get it up there. Trade higher. That's what I need to see right there. Spoos after the bell, trading 743.30 right now.
North American net sales 100.
Amazon's trading higher right now.
$113.94 billion. Operating income of $27.46 billion. A beat on the estimate $23.61 billion.
Amazon killing it right now.
Beat on the estimate of 12%. Amazon shares jumping over 5% post-market after results.
Woo! Here's Apple over here on this side. This is Apple. Apple cranking higher right now.
Second quarter revenue of
I got both going up, so
$1.52 billion. Still sees fiscal year vehicles delivered 65,000.
Remember the number 56 on Amazon, currently trading 252.11. It needs to get above 56. The target is that green box right there, right where I just drew right there. That one right there. If it goes above, that's very bullish. Very bullish if it goes above 256. That target right there, it just needs to get above it for a tick.
Compared to the estimates.
Amazon trading 255.32. Come on, Amazon, give me another fucking dollar. Let's go. Slam it.
Amazon FCF fell to alpha.
Amazon trading 255.58. 255.78. Did we get the fucking tick or what? Oh, we're missing it by a penny right now. Look at that. To a penny tick. Smash it again, Amazon. Smash it again.
And Amazon exceeded $25 billion annual revenue run rate for AWS.
Come on, Apple. Come on, Amazon. Fuck you, Apple. Just Amazon, go up there and slam it. Main screen right now, trading after the bell, 243.50. Outstanding. That is a new fucking high on yesterday's high in pre-market and cash market. We needed that to trade 248.50 on fucking Friday. Let's make this shit go to the moon tomorrow. Oh, yes. Woo! Take your money and run. Here we go. We're going to give an outlook for tomorrow right now. We got it going up, and then we got it coming back down. And what do we have this coming down for? What are we going to trade into? The half-an-hour trigger, right? All we need is that half-hour trigger to come up. This right here is we're just waiting on the half-an-hour trigger. If this thing comes up here, we can get that half-hour trigger to just start cranking in here. If you're trading overnight tonight and you see the price over anywhere near that half-an-hour trigger, you pick that shit up. We're going moonshot tomorrow, boys. Moonshot. S&P 500 trading 743.46. Give me 750 on the last day of the month, please. I'll see you all tomorrow, 9:30 in the morning, baby. Woo! That's so awesome. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Congratulations, ad man. You know we missed the Amazon by a tick, right? You got to keep your eyes open. We missed Amazon by 1 penny. 256.60. We need to hit that number overnight. Damien, take it easy, brother. I'm so fucking back, baby. I ain't dying. No cancer for me. That's the word of the street. I'll talk to you all tomorrow, 9:30 in the morning. Later. Right, let's go. I'm fucking stoked right now. 750. If we get 750 in the close tomorrow or higher. Oh shit. No cancer. They found out that it was just precancerous. Apple ripping right now.